Add you as a yeah. Good morning, Ron. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Um,
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay,
Emily's got us all set up. She's all set to take over the reins.
great. Good morning, Emily.
Good morning.
Harley. Hello, Harley. Hey, boy. Oh, boy. Harley. Yeah.
Hello, everyone online. We're gonna take a couple more minutes to wait for a few more people to join us. So we'll get started in just a couple minutes. Thanks. All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us. My name's Denise Loffman. I'm the chair of SVAC, and so I'll be facilitating today. We're going to get started, and we have a new SVAC member joining us today. And so in order to help begin to get her oriented to all of us and the work that we do, I just would like to do maybe a little bit more of an in-depth introduction for the SVAC members. So who you are, the group that you represent, and maybe where you live and a little bit of your background, and if you want a little bit of your history with SVAC. So I can go ahead and kick us off. My name's Denise Loffman. I've served on SVAC since I think 2008, 2009, somewhere in there. I serve as an environmental rep. I live on the Oregon coast, on the North Oregon coast. In my background, I've been working in natural resources and community-based natural resource management my whole career, primarily in watershed restoration work. So who wants, Barrett, you want to take it next?
Sure. Good morning, I'm Barrett Brown. I'm one of the recreation seat representatives on the committee, and specifically the OHV community. I live between exactly between North Plains and Vernonia in the woods, Northwest Oregon, and been on the committee since we started in 2001.
I'm Susan Knudsen Obermeyer. I'm non-affiliated. I live in Oak Ridge, just a ways from here. I'm retired Forest Service. I was the operations staff officer and I oversaw timber, silviculture, and special forest products. And I'm on a forest collaborative now in the Oak Ridge area that works a lot with the state and the Forest Service.
Margaret Magruder, Columbia County Commissioner. I live in Clatskanie, Oregon, which is, my house is just about 120 miles exactly away from here. So let's see, I represent the Council of Forest Trust Lands. This is, I think, about my second year on the State Forest Advisory Committee. Was I supposed to say anything else? All right.
Morning, I'm Mike Kennedy. I'm the Natural Resource Director for the Confederated Tribes of Siletz. I live just north of Siletz. I've worked for the tribe for 36 years now. And before that, I worked for the Forest Service on the Ochiko National Forest out of Burns. So I represent tribes, obviously. And I've been on SFAC, kind of lost track, but I think it's probably about 3 years or so.
So we'll, I think there are no other SFAC members in the room, so we'll go online. Greg, you're who I see, so go ahead and kick us off online.
Okay, well, good morning. My name is Greg Jacob. I'm the one of the environmental representatives at SFAC. I believe I've been on the committee now for 6 years. I live in Hillsboro, Oregon, and I also volunteer with the State Forest Coalition team here in Oregon. Okay.
Thanks, Greg. Lisa, it looks like you're here. Maybe not quite yet. Let's see, Cheryl. Cheryl's our new member, so go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm glad to join you all here. My name is Cheryl Nelson, and I reside in almost the southernmost part of Oregon. And I work with a collective of wildfire resiliency folks. We go under the name of IV Frog, Illinois Valley Fire Resiliency Oversight Group. And I'm here representing this part of the state.
Thank you, Cheryl, and welcome to the group. Let's see, Lisa, are you back? You're muted, Lisa. Still muted. There you go. Let's see. Lisa, we can see you, but we can't hear you. It looks like you're unmuted, but we still can't hear you. Yes? You could write in the chat, Lisa. Let's see, anybody else from SVAC? Okay. And she's the other one? Okay. Let's see.
Lisa. Fitz
Lisa?
just logged on.
Lisa Phipps, are you available? We're just doing introductions.
I am, and I've got a hectic house today. So I'm just gonna be off camera, but Lisa Phipps, Department of Land Conservation and Development and the Oregon Coastal Management Program and representing the environmental community.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you.
Let's see. So the only other person online who we weren't able to have introduce herself is Lisa, the other Lisa, because I couldn't hear her. So Don, I'll let you, Lisa, if you can get sound back, we'll do your introduction when we can, but Don, why don't we move to ODF staff?
Okay, let's start here at the table. Emily, we'll start up here with you.
Good morning. My name is Emily Shook. I'm the office specialist too here in Salem for State Forest Division. This is my first meeting, so thank you for welcoming me.
Good morning, April Sonnenberg, Northwest Oregon Area Executive Support, been the committee administration since about 2010. And this will be my last meeting as Emily will be taking over as your committee administration.
Derek Bangs, I'm with the Planning Coordination Unit. I've been helping in one way, shape, or form, having technical expertise on these since I think we started doing these.
And good morning, Don Evernham, Northwest Oregon Area Director for ODF and one of the co-conveners of SFAC.
Good morning, Robbie Lefebvre, Assistant Area Director for Northwest, and help Don out and April out on these.
Good morning, Brad Catton, Astoria District Operations Coordinator.
Good morning, everyone. I serve as the Recreation, Education, and Interpretation Program Manager and have been attending SFAC for about 3 years. And I'm going to pass it to the back here.
Good morning, Tyson Webrick, Adaptive Management Specialist in Salem.
Morning, everyone. Cody Lindsay, I'm the State Forest Unit Forester for the West Oregon District.
Good morning, Joe Offer, Recreation Program Manager for Northwest Oregon Area.
Good morning, Kyle Kopp, Santiam Unit Forester, North Cascade District, ODF.
Michael Curran, District Forester, ODF's West Oregon District.
Randy Peterson, I'm the outgoing Recreation Program Manager for the Department of Forestry.
Okay, and then we'll go ahead and move online. We'll start with Dan.
Morning, folks. Dan Goody, Astoria District Forester.
Thanks, Dan. Harold.
Good morning, everyone. Harold Stevens, District Operations Coordinator here in the Tillamook District.
All right, Jeff.
Good morning, everyone. Jeff Peck, Marketing Unit Forester, Forest Grove, just listening in on some of the agenda today.
Thanks, Kate.
Good morning, everybody. Kate Skinner, District Forester in Tillamook.
Hey, thanks, Kate. Ron.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Ron Zilli, serve as the Deputy Division Chief for State Forest, and I'm one of the co-conveners of the committee, and I've been working with SFAC in one capacity or another for a couple decades now. I apologize I couldn't be there with you in person today. I'm visiting my daughter for Parents Weekend in Ithaca, New York, and the picture behind me was taken about 90 minutes ago on a walk I had this morning, so it's nice up here.
That is a nice photo. Jody.
Good morning, Jody Kroon, Planning Coordination Unit.
Okay, thanks. How about Kelly Lau?
Good morning, Kelly Lau, Executive Director for the State Forest Trust of Oregon. We're supporting nonprofit for the recreation and learning activities on state forests. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Lang.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, Michael Lang, Senior Policy Manager for Wild Salmon Center.
All right, thank you. How about Scott Killips?
Good morning. My name's Scott Killips. I live in Portland, Oregon, and my son lives in Jewel, Oregon in the Astoria district. And I volunteer with 350 PDX, and I'm just here to listen today.
All right, thank you. And how about E. Olson? Is that Aaron?
Yep. Good morning. I'm Erin Olson, a planning coordinator with State Forest.
All right, thanks, Aaron. Okay, Lisa, sounds like you've got the sound figured out. Would you like to introduce yourself?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, you can. Okay, great. Great. I'm Lisa High. I live in Astoria, Oregon. I'm representing non-motorized use. I've been on the SVAC team maybe 8 years, I think. I'm interested in a lot of different non-motorized uses. I'm a horseback rider. I'm a runner, biker, all that kind of good stuff. And I also have a background in watershed work. I worked in the Tillamook system, and I also worked in Clatsop for many years.
Great, thank you. Anyone that we might have missed? Okay.
Great. Well, thank you, everybody. So we're moving into public comment. And so if anyone has a public comment to make, now would be the time to do so. All right, hearing none, we will move on to the fiscal year 2023 annual operations plan, the accomplishment summary. And Derek, I think you're leading us through that.
Sure. Well, April, could you share the... So before I get too far into this accomplishment, just to give kind of a brief explanation of what I'm reporting on here. Every year, the department puts together an annual operations plan, which details the primary tasks that it plans on accomplishing over the next fiscal year. Later in the meeting, I'll be going into some more detail on next year's plan. This portion of the meeting is to report out on how we did compared to what we originally reported on that we were going to do. My intent today is to walk through each of the blocks in this presentation, note any discrepancies from what was planned versus what was accomplished, and then pause to see if there's any questions from folks. With that being said, why don't we go ahead and shift down to table 1, which is the harvest block. Okay, so just a brief explanation of what the table is. We have the IP targets. Those are the implementation plan targets that were put forth in our implementation plan, which is our longer range, anywhere from 2 to 10 years. They've been typically 10 years, but this last implementation plan was 2. But of note for this particular implementation plan, this was from our previous one, which was a 10-year plan. That was extended a little bit, but and so this was the last year of this implementation plan. And so the IP target was 73 for each year, for instance, for Astoria. In this particular year, what we actually laid out was 73.5 for the AOP for that annual operations plan. And then what was submitted by the time we cruised the sales and figured out all the net acres was 74.6. And so a total of then what was sold was that at the same, so at 101%. One note here is just, we, as much as we can, we try to land exactly on these numbers, but just due to the way the timber sales are configured with the settings and the like, sometimes there's slight discrepancies. Of note here is the Tillamook District 4 sales have been submitted and are planned to be sold over the next few months. The Tillamook sale plan was altered due to several sales being moved to facilitate a large road construction project on one of the available haul routes. Staffing issues also resulted in less staff available to work on projects. Some of those staffing issues remain ongoing for this next fiscal year, And we've already taken steps to alleviate those concerns by temporarily moving some staff around. We call it just workflow, just moving people from one district to another to help us facilitate so that we don't fall behind for the next year. So are there any questions on harvest before I slide to the next one?
Is that unavailability of staff? I mean, you can't hire people, is that?
It was more, they were filled staff positions, but maybe somebody was sick or somebody was out for paternity leave or people got promotions. And then while we were recruiting, we were trying to backfill behind. And so it wasn't that, that there's openings that persist as much as that as we're shifting staff around. There's been a lot of movement over the last couple of years. Forestry especially tends to be career positions where people come in and they work for their entire career in a spot. And then there's usually big blocks of people that retire kind of all at the same time, which is always fun. And we're in the middle of kind of one of those big blocks of retirement right now. And so there's also been lots of opportunities both on the state forest side, the fire side, and the forest resources side, where new positions have come on for promotional opportunities for staff. And so people have been moving up in the organization, but that leaves some holes on the bottom that we have to backfill. And it just takes some time to work through that recruitment on those positions.
Can you remind me on the North Cascade District, why the IP has a range rather than a?
Sure. So for the North Cascade District, following the fires in 2020, there was a lot of uncertainty for how much we were going to be able to salvage and how much we were going to be able to move to. And the range is actually something that we pursued with our next implementation plan targets for all of the districts going forward, just because of what I was talking about just a few moments ago, where as we lay out the timber sales, it's very difficult to land dead on those, just because of the way some of those settings and the like work. And so we found that range gives us a little more flexibility on, not trying to do micro adjustments that don't always make sense for operational needs, just to hit that target. But the range there is specifically because there was some uncertainty on what we were going to have available to us post fire. And so that was built into the plan. Their range actually, unlike all the other districts, the North Cascade District's range changed on a year-to-year basis in their IP. They went from a higher volume because that's when they were going to focus primarily on salvage, and then they kind of tiered down over each year that we've done these for the last 3 years in a row now.
Derek, could you just remind folks, so those 4 sales in Tillamook that are going to be sold in the next couple months, you said. Can you remind folks how that'll look next year as far as your accomplishment reporting? In other words, you're going to be probably a little over, you're going to be 108% or something in Tillamook. Typically, is that what we should see there?
So if they're still part of the fiscal 23 plan, and so they'll be sold under that 23 plan. And assuming this is the last year of the IP, and so this is when that IP closes out. There will be no adjustments to the 24 plan based on these. The plan is to go ahead and just sell these as is. The 24 plan starts a new implementation plan. But then what we do is we look year to year, and if sales don't sell, and it's more if sales get dropped from the fiscal plan itself, that's when we start making adjustments to future ones. These ones aren't dropped, they're in Salem, they've been submitted and they're going through the system. There's one of them that actually was up and was a no bid, but it's still on the shelf to be picked up. And so those are all part of the fiscal 23 plan, and the plan is to sell them as is, and it won't affect the future plans at all.
Great, thanks for the reminder that they're still in this AOP. They just didn't make this reporting cut off, basically.
Yep.
Thanks for that.
Any other questions? All right, so table 2 is the harvest tracking. And so as I was saying, this is the last year of the former IPs. And so this just kind of shows where we're, most of these IPs were approved 2009 through 2012. with the one exception of North Cascade that was 2021 after the salvage, during the salvage operations of fires. And so this is kind of a point of pride for me when you look at over a 12-year period of time. We've managed to land at less than 1% of our range throughout that entire period of time, and that's due to, in part, to some of that adjustments that I was just talking about when needed. But primarily those adjustments as we work through the IPs occur when, if for whatever reason we came in slightly higher with the volumes, the next year we would adjust and go slightly lower just so that we landed right on that route. But it kind of shows here over that you know, somewhere 12 to 13-year period of time, you know, how much attention we pay to these so that we land right on. Any questions on the harvest tracking? Okay. Moving on to the net value summary. The money. Right. So as you can see, we continue to get record highs for prices. And so we've been, you know, 20 to 30% higher on our values than what we had originally planned. Well, one point of note here is the way we do our timber sales is they're closed bids. And so we put up the sale and purchasers bid on the prices, and then we open those prices to see, you know, who had the highest bid. What we've been seeing on almost all of these sales is the majority of purchasers are actually bidding very close to our planned AOP, and there's usually 1 or 2 mills that will bid higher because they need it for any one given reason. And so because of that, we haven't changed what we're reporting out on in our annual operation plan prices, because it's still the majority of the bids that we're getting that's close there. It's just 1 or 2 bidders or tend to bid higher on those. It's just kind of an odd discrepancy, but it's why we haven't adjusted the AOPs because we're still getting multiple bids at that lower price range. Just one other item to note was in Astoria, compared to the original plan, they had one timber sale that was actually split into separate sales for marketing purposes. There was a slightly different log there, and so they split one sale into 2 sales to get a little better price on those individual sales. Any questions on the harvest portion? Or the net value summary, I'm sorry.
Looks like there's a hand raised online.
Oh.
Maybe 2, actually. Lisa, why don't you go first? Yep.
Yeah, it's great. I know that everything is more expensive these days. What happens to the 30% extra money? Where does that go? How do you manage for that? That's so unique.
So all of our funding, so 2/3, the majority of our revenues go back to the counties. And then the other third goes to spend for our own prices. And in much the same way as what you're saying, everything costs more, that goes into our own budget to pay for our costs so that we do more work, you know, across the program. For all of these sales, you know, we're balancing whether we're doing stream enhancement, whether we're doing road improvement, rock crushing, those types of projects. And I think Ron wanted to weigh in a little bit on where some of the monies go as well. Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, thanks, Derek. And just some context, it's not necessarily, quote, you know, extra money. It's more than, you know, what was estimated in the AOPs per se. But if you think about that fiscal year and our costs, so you take the 100 million, which was the gross revenue, and State Forest keeps 36.25% of that. So, you know, roughly $37 million. Our actual operating expenses last year were $42.5 million. So we actually had a net negative operating income last year of several $1,000,000. So there really isn't a quote surplus of money. It just goes into the statewide forest development operating fund. And currently, last year anyways, we only harvested about 204 million board feet that was actually scaled. There's a difference there in what's planned and sold versus what we see in the revenue, because that's from multiple years of sales that are under contract that get operated on, and we we only harvested 204 million board feet of timber last year. Anyways, just wanted to share that it's not necessarily a windfall per se, because our costs are still exceeding what our portion of that, fiscal year's net revenue would be to the state.
I think Michael Lane had a question there, but I see his hand went down.
Yeah, just to clarify, then the amount above, the percentage above 100% is not treated any differently than what would be up to 100%. It's the same, whatever, 64-36 split.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just have one. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Lisa.
But this is a net. Yeah, this table is net value summary as opposed to gross value summary.
Correct.
Is that supposed to be net value?
It is.
Okay. It is what?
It is net value. It is supposed to be net.
So net is, it's my understanding that gross is before all needs, and net is profit, which I know we're not working on profit. I guess I'm not understanding what net means in this context.
So the gross value of the timber sales in this context would be before our project work is removed. And the project work would be for road construction, for road improvement, those types of activities, maybe stream enhancement if that's associated with the sale. And so those would go in as something that's removed from the sale prior to that split of monies that go out to everybody. This is the monies that get split to the counties and then to us.
I see. Okay. So this is after everything that's been done on the forest itself. Does that include, so that doesn't include salaries, doesn't include the workers?
No, it does not. Nor does it include the reforestation costs.
Okay.
Yeah, or the
That's kind of an odd.
there or in the vicinity.
All right. So it's not truly net. Okay. At least not the way I look at net. Okay.
And this is Dawn Everingham. Maybe one other thing to say about that is ultimately, although these are from sales that have already been sold, we don't receive that total dollar figure. So there's a down payment that purchasers pay for that, but ultimately that 100 million will ultimately trickle in over the next 3 to 4 years as purchasers choose to then move forward and harvest those sales. As Ron had said, once they get scaled and we know what the actual volume is, that's when that revenue is received. And so when we think about AOPs, ultimately there's sales over the last 2 to 3 AOPs that are the revenue that's coming in right now.
Looks like there's another question from Michael Lynn.
Oh, thank you. What's the current, I guess I would call it backlog on timber sales that have been approved, but not sold at this point? Particularly for the Astoria district. I'm just curious if you have that number.
Yeah, so for the fiscal 23 plan, all of the sales in the Astoria district have been sold. The only sales in the fiscal 23 plan that have not yet been sold were the 4 sales in the Tillamook district.
Okay, as a follow-up, and then do you know what percentage of those sales have been harvested?
I don't have the percentage off the top of my head on what's been harvested, because it can fluctuate quite a bit, and I guess I wasn't ready for that particular question.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Just curious. Thank you.
Yep.
Just one question. When you mentioned there was a sale that on Tillamook, I guess it was, that came in no bid. What's your procedure when that happens?
So usually when they come in as a no bid, there's a couple different options. One of the options is to leave it on the shelf for a little bit, just to see if somebody comes in and picks it up at the minimum bid price. Another option is to go back and look at, is there anything that needs modified? Do we need to lower the bid price? Do we need to, tweak some of the project costs? Was there a setting that was causing the sale to come in, that people were finding difficult, or a specific timber type that they were struggling with? And a lot of that conversation it's all done by the district's marketing units. I'm working with some of their local purchasers just to ask questions like, why didn't you bid? What the deal is there? Oftentimes those sales are tweaked and then put back up for sale. Sometimes we just take it off completely, rework the whole sale, and then move it forward into a separate annual operations plan.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Why don't we move down to table 4? So table 4 is the planned versus prepared acres. So there's a couple items to note here. Astoria moved one sale up from the alternate list because they actually came in, they were actually a little under their volume targets. And so as we cruise the sales themselves, we check to see if we're still at that volume. Sometimes when we get them cruised, they come in slightly under. And so we moved one sale up that was actually a thinning sale. And that accounts for that 17% difference between the planned versus contract. The Tillamook sale district, they actually had to, because of that road work that I was talking about, they moved a lot of their sales around. Several sales needed to be dropped because they needed to facilitate that, to get that road work done before those sales could be sold. And then that caused other sales to move up. So it was kind of a completely different configuration of sales than what we had originally planned, since they had to drop those and then move other ones up to supplement them. Usually the slight differences between these tend to be more along the lines of, there was either more or less streams than what we had anticipated. Sometimes there's geotech areas that we need to buffer out. Sometimes there's just, like a key wildlife area or something that we'll go ahead and put a green tree patch in. That usually accounts for the differences between the planned and the contract. Right, when we move to table 5. Table 5 are our threatened and endangered species survey results. So this year, a total of 8 sites were determined to have occupied detections that resulted in, or that will result in new trimas. 5 of these were in West Oregon and 3 in the Tillamook district. We also used some acoustic recording units this year, primarily at known sites, to help us potentially diversify our surveying and monitoring options in the future. We haven't really used them much in the past. I don't know how much everybody's aware of some of these, but if somebody goes out in the morning, for instance, on the Miralettes really early and looks for them in person, and some of these acoustic devices are essentially recording devices that we can put out in the woods to see if that can help some of our survey tasks, so that we're using those instead of having that person out there early in the morning. We're still trying to kind of work with the services on some of those, but it's just, we're looking at different options. Yeah, miralets sound like a seagull, so they call them keers, and it's a unique sound of bird that other birds in those sections of the forest don't sound like that, and so you can hear them. There's different things that they're looking for on those, as far as how fast they are. The miralets are a really fast bird as well, and so that's something that they're tracking with these two. So they're just looking at different methods to supplement our survey program to see if there's different options for us in the future. And a big piece of this is just showing how much we do. We survey a lot of stands, both for owls and for miralets, and we do get detections periodically. All right, when we go down to table 6. Oh, I think Lisa High had a question on the.
Yes, thank you. Is there when you look at the T&E surveys out of context just annually, it doesn't really give an understanding of how many sites there are and all that. Is there any place where one could read that information just to see what the changes over time are? That's just an interest of mine.
So on that table 5, could we slide back up to the table 5 real quick? So on the far left are the total number of, for instance, Marvin Maryland sites on all of the districts. So we have a total of 76. And that's counting all of the districts. Spotted owl sites, we have a total of 42. And then and so every year we're showing what those changes are on a year-to-year basis. But if you're asking, like, is there a place that we can show something from like how that's tracked over the last 20 years, like I don't have that in this particular presentation. Is there a place?
I mean, that just might be, yeah, is there a place for that in the, I'm not saying run back and get that this year, but next year it would just be, I think it's important, especially since the forest, the habitat conservation plan, this is one of the things that it's supposed to address. So it would be nice just to know.
Okay, that's something I can make a note of, and that we can bring to future meetings
Annually. And I know it's not fixed. I know it's doesn't mean that. Yeah.
I think there's a question for Mr. Lang.
Thanks.
Thank you. Just a question about particularly northern spotted owl sites. By sites, does that refer to a confirmed nesting site within a certain period of time? Or if not, what does that mean? Thank you.
Yeah, and I think actually Nick is online. Maybe Nick, you can reference some of our circles a little better than I can to make sure I don't say the wrong phrase here.
Yeah, so we use hi everybody, Nick Palizzotto, Biological Support Unit Manager for State Forests. So we use the 2012 Fish and Wildlife Service protocol site definitions. And so under that, a site is defined as either a resident single or a pair based on the number and type of observations. So resident single sites, you've observed one or more individuals 3 times over some period of time. And so that establishes there is a resident here. Pair sites, you've observed both a male and a female present. And then the size of the site is defined by the home range size for that area, which is called the provincial radius. But they range from 3,500 to 4,000 acres, let's say. So each of these sites represents approximately 4,000 acres that is occupied by either a resident single, one bird, or a pair.
Thanks, Nick.
Sorry, I can't call offhand how many pairs we have, but I want to say it's like half of those sites are pairs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So just a point of clarification, Michael, it's been okay that we've been answering your questions, but the discussion time is really just for SFAC members. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, why don't we move down to table 6, project work. All right, for table 6, so a couple of things to explain on this one. For Astoria, the increase in road construction mileage was primarily to access some shovel ground with temporary dirt spurs on several sales. For West Oregon, some project costs were a little higher due to adding rock stockpiling to 2 sales and having to replace a fish passage culvert that was not originally anticipated. And one item to note for both Forest Grove and Tillamook, over the last several years, there's been a bit of a struggle with getting some of the road improvement numbers correct, primarily due to our timber sales often merging what could be deemed maintenance into sale improvement miles. This has primarily been surface rock replacement or spot grading. This was tracked inconsistently between the AOP and the submitted sales and across districts. ODF has started to split this out in our contracts going forward. So the AOPs will match our contracts and make the reporting of this metric more consistent. And the main point here is actually we were costing correctly for all these. It was just underestimating the miles. So we were focused on the cost getting right and then the miles piece, but you'll see where there's some really big discrepancies, for instance, on Tillamook, where it goes from 10 miles anticipated, and then we did 83. But the vast majority of that 70-mile difference was just surface grading or spot grading on the rest of those 70 miles. And the 10 miles was really the focused road improvement, the ditch work, the reconstruction, that type of thing. And so we're going to get that consistent with our AOPs so that moving forward, we're reporting on that in the same fashion, compare apples to apples. All right. Moving down to restoration projects. Restoration projects, and this specific one talks about stream restoration projects. And so there was a total of 7 wood placement projects, stream enhancement, that were done, 5 of them on the Astoria district, 1 in Tillamook, 1 in West Oregon. And then we just kind of go through, how many miles of fish passage that restored, the number of fish barriers that we replaced on throughout all those districts. And again, the miles of access that were restored by doing those, and then the dollars spent and the trees donated. The second table really goes into how many projects we've done over the last several years. From that second table is actually from 95 till now, and so it's over kind of the last 20 to 30 years, and it's a lot. We've done a lot of work on this. It's been a focus of the agency, and you can really see that by how much we put into these.
Those fish barriers removed or replaced? Are they effectively replaced?
Yeah,
I mean, that's why I'm just if you use this format next time, you would say something different about replacing.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Sure. So this is actually pulled directly from the OWEB, Interesting Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board's website. And so, but I agree with what you're saying, as far as making sure that we're clarifying what that means.
Yeah, potential consumer.
Yeah, we did not replace the fish barrier with a new fish barrier. And so we removed the barrier that was there and put a structure in that passes fish. Okay, just a note on, there was a brief note on the report about the stand inventory. We are shifting our inventory to more of a LiDAR based inventory from kind of our historic inventory. We've been working on that for the last several years. We're getting really close. Fingers crossed it'll be this year that we're able to start moving some of our data over to that. But it's not yet that we've done that shift. And so it's just something I report on every year just to make sure everybody's tracking where we're at. All right, table 9, young stand management. So this is essentially our reforestation efforts. Initial planting makes up the largest cost category of young stand management. Items included in the cost are contract costs, labor, equipment supply, seed and seedling costs. In order to have enough seedlings, we need to plan 3 to 4 years in advance on what we think we will be planting. And so if you remember earlier when Don was talking about kind of a 3-year window of harvest, we're guessing when they're going to harvest some of these. And so when we do have additional trees, it's not just a loss to us. We look for attempts to sell those to private landowners or opportunities to donate them to watershed groups. The tribes is who we've really been working with really closely on that, so that even when we come in, like you'll note on the initial planting that, there was only around 7,000 acres and we had planned for 8,000. So we had the seedlings for 8,000. But then we went out and found other opportunities to sell those or to donate them, so that it wasn't just a loss to us. PCT numbers are lower than anticipated, primarily due to workforce capacity issues and bids coming in much higher than budgeted, which was primarily just a result of a high demand for contractors. Changes were made to how we write PCT contracts and how they were offered in order to entice more bidders, and planting regimes are being looked at to just lower overall PCT needs moving forward. It's something I continue to monitor and we continue to talk about every year, just to see, like, is this a trend that we need to make more changes to, or the changes that we're making, fixing the issue. Aerial spray acres were less than anticipated due to delays in several harvest operations. Some harvest units were not done in time to be planted, while others were switched to a ground spray instead of an aerial, or they were planted without a site prep spray at all. Some of the districts were able to move up some planting units to use those extra seedlings that we had, and where we didn't need to spray because of the site prep from the operation was enough. We just moved that up from what we had originally anticipated so that we could use some of those seedlings. And reforestation surveys are more than was originally expected due to some vacant positions being filled and just efficiencies in utilizing new technologies, where we're able to catch up on a backlog of surveys from previous years. All right, let's go down to table 10. So table 10 is a summary of our recreation investments fiscal 23. And so this kind of totals how much of those volunteer hours we've gotten from various groups. Again, it's a lot. And then there's a value attached to those, which is just shy of $500,000. How many campers we saw over the year, which was just shy of 25,000. And then the revenue that we received from them, $250,000 there. The South Fork costs, and then specifically the FTE. So FTE in this instance stands for that's just how much it is for one person for that day. So that's a crew person day. And so there was a total of 2,600 crew person days that were spent working with recreation specifically. And then again, there's the value cost there of just shy of $400,000. And this is highlighting just some of that investments that we make every year into our recreation program. This doesn't count our own staff time.
So how many campsites in total do you have?
Joe, do you want to weigh in on the total number of campgrounds or campsites that we have?
Sorry about that. Yeah, so we have 21 developed campgrounds, and then we have developed dispersed sites, which are not campgrounds, but similar sites as well. But as far as overall campsite numbers, I would be making that up off the top of my head right now, unfortunately.
And what's the quality isn't the word that I want, but are they primitive? Are they electric and water? Are they a variety?
A variety. We don't have any full electric campsites available at this point. We have more of kind of a certainly not primitive, but kind of a loosely developed is a good way to describe our campgrounds. No power to the sites themselves, but power and amenities in the campground. Yeah.
Derek, while you're in this table, the South Fork workforce has been evolving strategy around how they're utilized lately. How might this look? Can you or maybe Joe characterize what's inside these numbers as compared to last year or the 5 years ago, just so we know how that evolution has gone? give me just a moment, and I can pull what last year's was, and then to give kind of an idea of the difference between over years. And you can get back to us, or I just know there have been changes, and where previously we'd seen a lot of labor crew out on trails, and this year we don't, and so I just wanted a little bit more. Where are they actually doing that work? Yeah, so last year they were pretty close. They were at 2,800 days essentially. So, but that's a 200 day difference between the two. Realizing that the crews are 10-person crews. One of the bigger changes over this last year was going from a 10-person to a 5-person crew, and so that's one of the reasons. But as far as actual crew days between the two, it's pretty close. And then tracking from the previous year, from the 21 accomplishment report. Let me see what I had there. I had an error in my spreadsheet from 21, and so really that one I can't show. Derek, I didn't. It was around 6,000 actually. I didn't want to put you on the spot like that to dig through your data on the fly. I just curious about the state of play with regard to policy sideboards about where they can work these days. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, thanks, Barrett. This is Don, and maybe just an overall South Fork update for the group. We've been challenged to staff that remote location, much like we were at the Tillamook Force Center. But I was actually up there on Wednesday at an all-employee meeting, and we are rebuilding. So we've got quite a bit of new staff up there. I think we've got a total of 3 vacancies currently, but have a recruitment out with a candidate pool that looks really promising. And so actually, I believe that we will have the potential to be fully staffed here, which is something we haven't seen probably in the last 2 years, which is great. A lot of work that was done during the program review, a lot more in-depth training and onboarding for those employees. So it will take some time before we give them crews. We just got the second crew boss position filled in the Santiam. So we've now got 2 crew bosses in the valley here, which again is something we haven't had probably in the last 2 years. So we're heading in the right direction there. As part of that program review related to our recreation areas, we did reduce the supervision ratio there from 1 to 5. There is a criteria for an exception there, should we be able to justify that we can meet the supervision needs and that work needs for a 10-person crew. And we have been implementing that quite a bit on certain projects, especially in North Cascades, in areas that have been closed to the public, where we're doing real trail work, and ultimately we need the capacity of 10. We are looking at those creative ways to get recreation that capacity if we can figure out how to do it on those job sites. So hope to not, holistically limit that workforce by half, right? Let's say that from 10 to 5, and that means recreation is always 5, and therefore in the work we can produce shows that. Trying to be creative in how we limit that impact.
All right, I'm moving to the next table. All right, so some of you may remember we made quite a few changes to the annual operation plan summary document for fiscal 24. One of the primary purposes was because we struggle with this table every year, trying to explain what we're doing on some of these projects that extend for multiple years. So this is the last year where hopefully that discrepancy will show up. And so I'll try to explain through some of these items, and then for future sales or for future accomplishment reporting, I'll be able to report something that's much more accurate. And so primarily what some of the differences are here is those new trails constructed
oftentimes are from previous fiscals. And so it takes us some time to work through some of the trail construction. Maybe we have to spend a year looking for grant dollars or get some surveys done, or we're waiting for a timber sale to get wrapped up. And so that's why there was a delay of like 1 or 2 years on some of these. And so when we would report out on accomplishment, it would say, well, we planned 0, but we did 1.8. That was a 1.8 that was planned in the previous fiscal year. And so it wasn't showing up on these tables. We've changed our summary documents now so that they show all of the projects that are from previous fiscal years as well. So it's all kind of like this is what's planned over this year. What we're going to be reporting on is of all of the projects in that list, this is how much of those we think will be accomplished on this given year, instead of what we think will be accomplished 2 years out. We'll show them, but we won't say that that's going to be accomplished. And then the same token for like some of the trail maintenance, what we were looking at, what we had written in was that we were going to perform maintenance on every foot of trail. And it's just, that's not what's required. Most of the time when we get out there, if a trail is functioning just fine, we don't have to maintain it. And so when you look at the percentages, like for instance, on those OHV trails where it was 474 miles planned and we only accomplished 52, that doesn't mean that we failed to maintain all of those trail miles. It was that we discovered that 52 miles needed maintenance. And so that's what we worked on. Again, we've changed that into for future fiscal years, just to show that like we're anticipating 40 miles and then we actually maintain 52, that type of thing. So it's a closer comparison, but this is 1 year where we're in that kind of limbo. And then on the right-hand side of this table is just showing how many miles we have of each type across the forest. Okay, so the last piece, or the next several slides anyway, are a detailed list of just different high-level tasks that we've done in both the facilities, the OHV trails and the motorized trails, and the non-motorized trails. I'm not going to go through each one of the bullets, but I would ask the committee members to read through these. It's a lot of really good work that the recreation units have done. And I don't want to pick just 1 or 2 of them and then potentially belittle some of the other ones. Take the time to read through those. This isn't a comprehensive list of everything they've done. This is just some of the ones that they said, these are all the really important ones that we've done. There's a longer list on top of this list. But it is something that I would ask everybody to read through and just see some of the work that's being done across the landscape. So let's go ahead and scroll down. Oh, go ahead.
So is there any way that you're able to know how many people take advantage of the trails? I mean, with the campsites, you can kind of keep track of that, but so is there any measurement of that? Other than lots of usage?
Yeah, we generally just go with lots. But no, that is one thing we're actually in the next year. And we actually have had a kind of a beginning of a project called our visitor use monitoring program to try and get a better idea, because certainly most of our trail systems and just kind of general usage of the forest land is very dispersed. And so it's hard to get kind of an overall number on that, but we're working with a team of researchers to try and figure out a better way to track that so we can have those numbers down the road.
I'm going to jump in, Margaret, and add a little bit more detail there. Joe is accurate in terms of saying visitor use monitoring. We did a pilot project down in the West Oregon district, and that was very successful. We were working with research scientists from Oregon State University as well as University of Washington. We had hired them 2 years ago to complete, as I said, a study, and it was really about the methodology, knowing that we have very active sites, but again, we need the data. The methodology was very successful. Where we're at right now is we've been in conversations with the same research team. I just submitted a grant request to Travel Oregon because unfortunately we can't make that investment in terms of our operating dollars. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we will get that grant and we will move out on the second phase of visitor use monitoring, which is focused on the Highway 6 corridor, which is our most heavily used recreation area. And it will start to help us measure trail areas. You know, one of the things that we deal with is most of our trail systems are quite porous. And that's why we're relying on scientists, social scientists, to really help us get a handle on what is the actual use out there. Campgrounds is much easier because we're collecting a small fee. Yeah.
Information.
So that you cracked the door open to correct my introduction lacked. I chair the board of trustees for the State Forest Trust of Oregon, also in another role, and that's one of the projects we support, and because it is very hard to fund that kind of research in the recreation unit from the FDF. So we're happy to do that. Really excited about it. Okay, the last two topics, there's the South Fork camp. So we highlighted a little bit with the recreation resources that we do with the trail maintenance. There's 57 miles there that they worked. They also work with our fire program. This is just the fire trained with 766 days, forest management in one fashion or another, 5,230. They help us plant trees and facilities maintenance, and that's primarily on our both our campgrounds and our actual ODF facilities, helping us maintain those as well. So South Fork is and continues to be a key part of our workflow, and so it's just something that we acknowledge every year during this period of time. And last on the list is the Tillamook Forest Center. So after 3 years closure due to the pandemic and significant staff turnover, the Tillamook Forest Center reopened in March of 2023 with limited hours. With the help of volunteers, the partial team greeted visitors and provided learning opportunities about the Oregon Department of Forestry's mission, including state forest management, fire protection and prevention, and forest resources for landowners. And so it's something that that's been closed for a while, and we've managed to open it back up, and it is running again. And so that is good news. That is the end of my fiscal 23 accomplishment report. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Any other questions or comments from SFAC members? Oh, yes, Greg. You're muted, Greg.
Excuse me, Greg Jacob. I have two questions. The first one I'd like to address to Dan Goody, the Astoria district, and it goes back to the harvest levels. I've heard, I don't know if it's accurate, that 90-year-old trees and more were shipped to a mill in Idaho. And my question is, since there's so few old trees, old mature trees in the Astoria district, why were they cut and harvested? If that's accurate. I'm unsure. Oh, this is Dan. I'm unsure of the delivery of where certain logs went. But I have to check with what sale, where the products were shipped to. You know, once we sell them to a purchaser, the only thing we can guarantee is that it didn't go to a mill that exports logs. As far as harvesting trees that are 80 or 90, you know, goes through our normal AOP process, and Derek can speak to details of that probably a little better than I can when I start laying out the planning process. But, you know, it's aligned with all our policies. We don't have an age cap other than what qualifies as old growth, which is 175. Derek, do you have more details to add to that?
Yeah, during one of the future presents, so in just a few moments, we'll go through the fiscal 2025 AOP process and where we're at. And one of the items that I will discuss there is when we get to stands of 80 or greater, and then I'll talk about some of the considerations that we do take on those. But it is a function of where we're at with the planning process. It's not just age that we look at. We look at a number of things. We do have areas that are set aside for habitat, and
for whatever reason, if a stand is older but is not part of the areas that we've set aside for habitat, then it is available for harvest.
So later you'll be talking about that topic and maybe desired future conditions, which in my mind would want to set aside more old growth trees or old mature trees. So I'll look forward to that discussion. My second question, and this has been kicked around a lot. Obviously, I'm critical of the emphasis on aerial spraying, and is the ODF. I know they hear from a lot of people in the public about aerial spraying. Does the ODF plan to continue operations as usual, or is that an ongoing discussion among foresters in the department whether to keep as, decrease, increase? I was just wondering, that's a big topic, I know. Anyone wish to comment on that?
Yeah, I will. This is Robbie Lefebvre, the Assistant Area Director for Northwest. I would say we look at each stand for suitability of aerial spraying. And there are many times where we look at a stand and realize that, because of property issues or wells or drinking water, that we do want to do a backpack and on the ground. Right now, we will continue to use aerial spraying as a tool. It is allowed under the Forest Practices Act, and it is something that we do need to do in some of our stands to really make sure we establish the next cohort of trees. But it's not that we just plan to do it on every unit, it is on a unit by unit basis.
Anyone else? Okay, Derek, I think we can move on.
All right, the next item on the agenda, which was also me, was the fiscal 24, the final approved plans. Primarily, this one will be fairly quick. I'll make up some lost time here. The difference that we're talking about was right at the very end of the public comment period. We made some slight shifts to the volume on a handful of sales. That shift ended up being a total of 3 million board feet, right on the dot, across all of a cumulative change on the plan, and that's at a 186 million board foot difference. And so there was a 3 million change there, and there was about 2 million board feet on Tillamook that got shifted around. It wasn't a big change. We still stayed within our new ranges for our implementation plans. It was just a bump of sales around to when we ended up on the slightly higher range of that. But that was the difference between what was originally moved forward. I think that was a question from a committee member. So with that, why don't we go ahead and open up the PowerPoint, and I can go ahead and get started on the presentation that I forecasted here, foreshadowed. Just a moment to open it up on my side. Right. So during some of our previous SFAC meetings, it's been brought up by some members of the committee. They'd like to be involved earlier in the process in order to provide advice and help with the messaging for annual operation plans. We've been working to align our planning process with SFAC meetings to be more reactive on feedback. Our intent is to have AOP topics at each SFAC meeting. The fall meeting today will be a look ahead at where we are at in the beginning stages of the process and what types of considerations we have begun screening for. The winter meeting will be a focus on specific topics that the committee has asked us to auger into. The spring meeting will be to review public comment and collect feedback prior to AOP approval. With that intent in mind, I put together a brief presentation to walk through our candidate selection process, as well as give an overview of what type of resource considerations we are in the process of identifying, and give a brief overview of types of actions we would take once those have been identified. Next slide. Okay. Our implementation plans for each district set our yearly harvest totals, and those totals help guide us for what types of activities we will do over the coming fiscal year. With those harvest goals in mind, the first step is determining what stands are available to us so that we can start to sort through them and get a candidate list for the coming fiscal year. I'm going to focus in a bit on this first step for the candidate review process on timber sales. Recreation projects have a slightly different workflow, which I'll go through near the end of the presentation. Focusing on timber sales, the first step is to develop that candidate list. This is generally done with a process of elimination. Starting with the district we're looking at, we would systematically remove stands that are not available for harvest. At this stage, we're not looking for potential resource conflicts, but policy or legal limitations on harvest. If I was looking for potential clear cut candidates, for instance, I may start by removing all of the stands on inoperable ground, then move to stands that are currently too young to harvest. Once those have been removed, I would remove existing threatened and endangered species protection sites and stands that are not available due to forest practices free of grow constraints. Finally, I begin removing policy constrained stands, such as stands within our desired future condition of complex or stands within our habitat conservation areas. One important item to note on this last one, I would have a separate project where I come back to this step to look for potential thinning opportunities or Swiss and needle cast or hardwood dominated stands for regeneration harvest that are all allowed activities inside of these habitat conservation areas. But for this first exercise, when I'm looking for clear cut candidates outside of the habitat conservation areas, I would remove them. The intent of all of this is to shorten the list of available candidates to only those that we can possibly do during the fiscal year. This leaves us with our overall candidate list for the coming year. Next slide, please. All right, I know I'm going to have to explain this because it looks odd. This slide is intended to show the process that we go through over the year with the candidates. The steps I laid out in the previous slide is the candidate identification phase. One additional step that's not shown in here is that after that candidate identification's shown on that last piece, it's decided how many of these potential candidates will survey for threatened and endangered species. This occurs approximately 1 year prior to these dates. We're currently working through the same process for fiscal 26, for example. We use a course screening similar to this to determine which sales to survey. The intent is we don't survey more stands that are needed due to minimizing our costs. With that being said, we're now in this specialist screening phase, which is that second box. The dots in this figure represent the potential candidates we have identified. You'll see here on the screen that the dots now have some colors attached to them. These represent different potential considerations that we've identified during the screening process. For example, maybe red indicates a nearby recreation resource, blue may indicate a stream-related concern or potential opportunity in the case of stream enhancement, and the brownish color would indicate a sensitive cultural resource. Please note on this slide that the intent here is to show this filtering process. We begin at the top with our candidates, identify potential research considerations in the next step. Some candidates may fall off where we need to work through items, but most get resolved by the time we get all the way down to approval. As we identify these during this stage, the intent is that we look for ways to mitigate or address potential concerns. Field days are set up to review the items in the ground and develop plans and methods for mitigating any impacts. In instances where it is determined that we need additional time to address some of the concerns, the project may be taken off this year's potential candidate list and efforts are made to work on concerns over the coming year so as to allow the candidate to come back in subsequent years. Efforts are made to address as many concerns as possible, working closely with both our internal and external partners prior to the public comment period with a description in the AOPs, our annual operation plans, as to what mitigating efforts will be. In the instances where we have not completed an item, it will be noted in the AOP as something that needs to be resolved prior to a sale moving forward. An example of this would be the stream that needs surveyed or a potential stream enhancement site that needs more groundwork to identify type and location. This would be represented in this particular slide by that blue dot on the right that kind of you can see is listed all the way through. It's important to note that in order to obtain the volume shown in our implementation plans and our modeling efforts, that we operate on all available acres. This highlights how critical it is to work through these items to resolve any outstanding concerns. Next, please. With all that being said, let's take a dive into the specialist screening process. The next few slides are a focus on items that have come up during our past specialist reviews or public comment periods. Again, another important item to note is at this stage, our candidate list includes more candidates than we need. This process helps us identify how and where we need to spend time and highlight potential concerns. When we do not choose a sale, it generally moves back into the pool and is a potential candidate for next year. One of the primary factors in dropping a sale at this stage is related to how much staff time it will take to properly address the resource consideration. A good example of this was in previous years, we had identified a sale near the Diamond Mill recreation site. The sale was pulled from the AOP so that we could take the time needed to address the concerns, and the sale was brought back the next year and became a primary sale. The intent as we go through each of these slides is to give some examples of the types of actions we may take at each resource consideration is identified. Of any given list of candidates, it is extremely rare that a sale does not have at least one or multiple resource considerations that I'm going to go through here. As stated early in the presentation, none of these items that I'll be covering means the sale cannot move forward at some time. Rather, each of these is a detail that needs to be worked through in order to manage all of our forest effectively. All right, so first off on the list, and I should have written these out instead of putting acronyms here, but that is candidates in proximity to northern spotted owls or marbled murrelets. Whenever we are operating within vicinity to known spotted owl or marbled murrelet sites, there are a number of checks that we need to do in conjunction with our biologists to ensure that the operations meet our policies in these areas. The majority of candidates that are in consideration are within the habitat conservation areas. Examples of some of the activities that this screen could trigger are identifying if boundaries of timber sales can be slightly modified such that they move outside of those species proximity, identifying if field visits are needed to really understand the stands themselves and what kind of state they're in, and just working with biologists to develop prescriptions on these sales to make sure that they meet the terms and conditions of either our existing forest management plan policies or the habitat conservation plan policies. Next slide, please. Candidates inside of habitat conservation areas. The habitat conservation plan identifies habitat conservation areas on the landscape that limit operations within them to very specific activities. Of these activities is up to 1,500 acres a year in healthy conifer thinnings, an average of 500 acres a year in hardwood dominated clear cuts, and an average of 500 acres a year in Swiss needlecast dominated clear cuts. The management objective of all of these operations is to move these stands towards habitat conditions that are in the benefit of the species identified in the conservation plan. For this year, potential thinning candidates were focused on either young first-century thinnings or stands immediately adjacent to candidates that are outside of the habitat conservation areas. These are stands where we have a regeneration harvest, maybe immediately adjacent, and there's a potential opportunity to promote adjacent habitat with the equipment that is already on site. For Swiss needlecast and hardwood dominated stands, we're looking to regenerate harvest these stands, working closely with our biologists on potential legacy tree strategies. These tend to vary quite a bit as it's all dependent on what's really present in the stand itself. All sales within the habitat conservation plans are reviewed with biologists and they help us with the prescriptions. And some of the items reviewed could be planning a field visit with those biologists and marketing staff in order to understand the stand characteristics in place, working with the biologist to determine if management actions are required at all, working with the biologist on prescriptions to move that stand towards the needed habitat, or if the activity is just like a small wedge, in some places, again, just due to settings, we look to see if there's different roads or different logging plans that can be used so that we're not affecting these habitat conservation areas at all. All right, with the habitat conservation plans identifying habitat conservation areas, the areas outside of those conservation areas will be the primary focus for regeneration harvest. As we shift to this new management plan and the habitat conservation plan, there will be some older stands and more complex stands that we are targeting for harvest. Examples of some of the activities when we identify stands over 80 are identifying if the inventory is even correct for the stand identified. Sometimes there's just a quirk and it's a stand edge that says it's 80 and it's actually, you know, just a bleed over from the stand. It's only 30 or 40. Working with our biologists to identify potential legacy tree strategies. This is primarily for those areas really outside those HCAs where we're looking where do we put wildlife trees, which trees to take. And then inside of the HCAs, the focus here would primarily be on that coordination with the biologists on the potential prescriptions themselves. This will likely include visits to the stand to better understand what prescriptions are required and what portions of the stand need more or less management. Candidates in current complex condition. This slide is closely tied to the previous slide on age. As stands get older, they generally become more complex. For those areas outside of the habitat conservation plan or conservation areas and outside of desired future condition complex, these stands will be candidates for regeneration harvest. Examples of some of the activities that this screening may trigger are identifying, again, if the inventory is correct, displaying the structure of the stand identified, working with the biologist to identify potential legacy tree strategies. Again, this is primarily outside of those habitat conservation areas. And inside of the habitat conservation areas, the focus again would be on the coordination with the biologist on potential prescriptions. As before, this would likely include stand visits to better understand what prescriptions are required and what portions of the stand need more or less management. Oftentimes, these stands are discrete patches inside of a larger stand or edges of a stand that will be removed once the net acres are established. Okay. Next. Candidates in aquatic anchor sites. The aquatic anchors are geographically identified watersheds under the current forest management plan that were identified with the intent to manage them in accordance with strategies that prioritize salmonoid recovery while balancing multiple purposes of state forests. The intent of the strategy was to lower short-term risk to salmon habitats, while landscape strategies fostered the development of properly functioning aquatic systems and suitable habitat forest-wide. As mentioned earlier, these slides were identified prior to these areas were identified prior to the habitat conservation plans being developed. Many of the strategies of the aquatic anchors were incorporated into the habitat conservation plan, but some of the strategies are in addition to the protections within the plan. We are currently operating under both the habitat conservation plan strategies and the existing forest management plan policies, and as such need to adhere to the rules of both. Examples of some of the activities that this screen would trigger are ensuring that the buffer strategies of the aquatic anchors are used when they exceed that of the HCP or the Habitat Conservation Plan, and highlighting potential opportunities for stream enhancement, especially in those areas where harvest is occurring. Next one, candidates in proximity to scenic or recreation resources. This slide, I'm kind of combining scenic and recreation resources as these are really often tied together. Scenic resources can include close proximity to highways and to homes, as well as campgrounds and trailheads. Recreation resources include campgrounds, trails, and trailheads. Unsurprisingly, these tend to occur more in districts and locations that have a higher density of trails. The Tillamook district especially has some of our highest density. All candidates within proximity to recreation resources are reviewed with our recreation units. Some of the items included in this review could be a review of the trails and how they fit into the long-term plan for the area. In other words, if a trail already has some concerns for the long term, maybe we don't want to save it. So that's one of the items we look at. If a resource concern exists on that trail, maybe we can address something with the sail itself. If the sail is already there, maybe they can help repair that so that it's back, doesn't have those resource concerns. And then the district staff will meet with the recreation unit to look at potential logging plan adjustments, legacy tree placement, future road locations, whether or not we surface the road or leave it unsurfaced, and or the permanence of the road itself. Maybe we'll close the road or vacate the road post-harvest so that it can be reopened as a trail long-term. Next one. Candidates near domestic water. All sale candidates are reviewed for nearby domestic water or points of diversion. With our general stream protection rules for our forest management plan and habitat conservation plan, Our protections meet or exceed the forest practices rules around domestic water sites. However, there are sometimes additional efforts that can be taken near these locations to help alleviate any outstanding concerns. Examples that may come up during this domestic water screen are identifying if domestic site is currently in use, looking at potential legacy tree strategies to incorporate leaf trees in key locations around these sites, and identifying the landowner associated with the domestic site and planning outreach efforts to discuss planned activities and potential mitigation efforts, just to make sure everybody's understanding where we're at. Okay, I did want to shift a little bit just because the recreation projects are a little different than the timber sales. So I wanted to focus a little on how we get these done as well. So unlike the timber sales, our recreation projects tend to come in at different stages. Some of these are in the preliminary planning stages and some of them are at that implementation phase. We made some changes last year to our annual operations plan that I discussed earlier that do a better job of reflecting some of these changes, specifically calling out where we're at with projects and tracking it through the fiscal years such that the public can see what the focus is over the next year. Unlike timber sales, where we have a set list of available areas we can move into, recreation projects tend to be more focused on either trail maintenance and connectivity, or generally expanding on the current system in ways that make sense with the current use. The recreation projects are screened through a similar vein as the timber sales. Having said that, there's a little more flexibility just due to the general impact of these being less than, say, a regeneration harvest. The primary screens that we use for these tend to be threatened endangered species, stream crossings, and future planned timber sale activities. As the recreation unit develops potential candidates for future projects, which ones move forward in the next fiscal year are often directly tied to the workloads, general capacity unit, and staffing changes. Side note here for everybody that may not have missed it, but congratulations, Randy Peterson, on your coming retirement. And so there is a staffing change that Joe mentioned there. Over this next fiscal year, the recreation unit is looking at an expansive trail planning across multiple districts, developing a manual for trail construction and improvement standards, looking at potential reservation system viability, and incorporating the HCP standards into our current and future trail locations, not the least of which is an expansive inventory and monitoring effort. So examples that come up during the recreation project screening are, how does the planned trail fit into the long-term plan for the trails in this area? Are there stream crossings that require additional outreach and or funding? Are there planned timber sales that may log over or build roads over a portion of the proposed sales? And the main reason for this screen is we don't want to build a trail system, get everybody enthused about using it, and then the very next year come in and build a road right over the top. So making sure that we're doing everything in the right order, put the culvert in before we build the road on top. All right, so the slide that everybody's looking for, which is the last one, is the next steps. So coming forward, our winter meeting needs are, part of it, I guess, is I need some advice from the committee here on what you would need me to bring so that we can have some of these discussions on what your concerns are about planned activities, and then some of the feedback for the public moving forward. What I'm asking everybody here, that top piece on the winter meeting needs, that's what we want to accomplish at the winter meeting. And then the bottom is like, what do you guys need from me in order to accomplish that? Like, what can I bring forward? Do I need to bring all the candidates that are associated with recreation? Do you need maps? Do you need the preliminary AOP reports? Like, what types of things do you need me to bring or make available to the group so that we can have these discussions come winter?
Thank you, Derek. Just to kind of tee this up a little bit more for the committee, we're going to, the next item on the agenda is about some changes that we're going to make, and one of those things is to our calendar. And Derek's outlined a little bit of that already, but we really want to begin to align our work with the AOP planning process so that our comments are coming before the AOPs are fully approved. And so this is another instance, in my opinion, of the department really listening to SVAC and to how we think over the years that I've been on SVAC, we've made suggestions about how we could move things around, and the department has always been open to those and actually acted on those suggestions every single time. And so it would be really great for those of us who are here today, to give Derek some feedback as we move into this new way of doing some things. And we'll tweak it as we go along, but this will really be helpful as we move in to our first meeting in the winter to make sure that Derek knows what we need, and then we're able to give the department good feedback that will play into that AOP planning process. So with that kind of foundation, I will open it up for comments and questions and thoughts about how, we want to frame that discussion in the winter, and what are the materials we want to be able to see to be able to do that effectively for the department. And I cannot see anybody online right now. So if you have your hand raised from the committee, you're welcome to speak up. Thank you. Now I can see everybody. So are there any thoughts around this?
I know for one thing, I always love maps, so it helped. I'm a very visual type person, so having maps showing where these potential candidates are is always helpful. And what if there are the considerations that you talked about, if there are murrelet sites nearby or recreation site nearby, something to look at and see, how close things are, would be really helpful.
Yeah, and just to give some folks some context here, usually near the end of the December timeframe, we put together what we call our preliminary annual operations plan. It goes through a couple different phases. That preliminary plan is part of this rough screening where we've started identifying some of these, and we're trying to fill in some of the gaps. We started to meet those field sites with some of our biologists, say. And we start to try to document in those where we're at with things. Usually they're not ready, like they go through kind of a preliminary where we get that, and then they go through a draft where we're sharing them with primarily the tribes, and then some of our ODF and W partners. And then after some of those comments go, then we kind of refine it down to the to that public draft before it goes out for public review. And then after public review, we finalize it based on those public reviews, and then that goes through the to what's approved. So we'll have a preliminary document done. It is not ready for generally, like there's still going to be some gaps missing in places where we're still working through items. But that'll be identified in the preliminary is, this is something that we're going to finalize prior to moving to the draft stage, type of thing. And so I don't see any reason why we couldn't bring those and make those available to folks. And those include the maps.
So Greg, 1 second. So Derek, just in terms, SBAC is a public entity. So anything that you bring to the meeting will be considered public. So just as you guys are making those decisions, I know you're aware, but and also to make sure committee members are aware. So go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, Denise, I'm glad that you raised this topic about revisioning the State Forest Advisory Committee, if in any way, shape, or form. And it's great that some of us, if we wish, can give feedback to Derek on what do we need to know, or what should we be talking about at the winter meeting. I know that when I first joined SFAC, I was really in the dark about what role it played, because it doesn't set policy. And I was wondering, do we have any really important comments, feedback, criticisms for the Department of Forestry? And I've learned that we do, but I see a good sign. For example, at our next meeting, you mentioned that we could align our work with the AOP process and provide some suggestions or comments before the AOPs. I think that's a good thing, and that would make those of us on the SFAC feel more involved in such forestry work.
Great, thanks, Greg. Garrett?
So Derek, I think you had a decent list of proposed things up there, which looked great. If you if you want to make the most of this moment, which is obviously it's just at an earlier phase. If you can reach in and just relate to us where some of those gray area conversations are internally, or those conflicts, or where's the conflict space internally for these various operations, and that requires the department to be really confident as to the transparency of what were previously pretty internal stages of AOP development. But it works out, in the past anyways, it worked out great for the department to they display that sense of confidence that you're willing to be transparent of, here's a space where we're not quite sure yet where to go, SBAC talk, direct you in that place, but we hopefully provide some useful feedback as you try and resolve those conflicts. It seems to me that's where the value of going earlier is. And so if you can find a way to characterize some of those difficult decisions, you might be able to help with them. That's how my posture might be anyway.
This is Dawn. One thing I think about in utilizing this group, and I appreciate the slide there, especially that one on the candidate filtering. So essentially what I think is we're bringing forward earlier to SFAC some of our work. And as then Derek described, that there's processes and the different colors that feed through. Ideally, SFAC would weigh in on the colors, or change a color, or review the colors, and or be a color, right? That public input would feed into the filtering piece that ultimately has influence of what ended up near the bottom, and that we move forward with. So I don't quite know what that looks like, but I think as we get to that next topic, that's what I'm hopeful is earlier in our process, there's informed committee influence that may alter the colors, and ultimately then what we choose to move forward with, to me, would be what kind of success looks like.
For part of those colors, for me, I think looking at enhancements of, timber sales are timber sales, but there's lots of times that you can do enhancements or watershed projects and stuff that are even a bigger plus for those projects. So knowing those areas that have that opportunity or could use an opportunity, that would be nice.
And specific to the stream enhancement, we've been making some changes to that over the last couple of years, looking at some intrinsic potential work. But that's been one of the hardest ones for us to get completed prior to even the approval date. And the reason for that is some of those enhancements are so closely tied to how we're going to log it. We're usually looking for opportunities that are immediately adjacent to the timber sale. So whether we're going to shovel log it or cable log it will mean a completely different enhancement opportunity. And maybe we wouldn't want to move forward with one or the other if that's how we do it. And so oftentimes we have to wait until the timber sale is posted before we make that final determination. And that's been one that we've been trying to move up in the queue a lot more. Along with the timber sales, one action that it has changed over the last year is our recreation projects. We're now submitting the same way that we do a timber sale. So it shows that we've screened through all of these activities and where that's there. And we're looking at opportunities to do that more with some of these different projects across the landscape. But that is something that we're trying to focus on with the stream enhancement. It's just that part has been a real struggle. One that I guess I'm struggling with a little bit is like this list that I went through of all the different activities. I said it near the beginning, but almost every sale has something. And so realistically, it is going to be very difficult to go through every timber sale for the entire department at one of these meetings. And so what I'm trying to grasp is what are the ones that it's like you've got to bring us examples of sales near recreation resources. You've got to bring us examples of these habitat conservation area ones. Are there key ones that we need to dive into more, or is it no, just pick a sample of all of them, or just the ones that like Barrett was saying, that you're starting to feel that there's some friction on, that you really want some public outreach on. Maybe that's the solution on some of these, but that I guess is what I'm asking the group here, because we have a lot of sales, and if you think my morning meeting went long.
So I have some thoughts on this, and other committee members, please feel free to jump in, but I would agree with Barrett. Those places where there's a potential conflict or a concern that you see. For example, several years ago in the Astoria district, there was a proposed sale right along 101 near Acadia, and I saw it and I thought that is going to be a problem with the community. Like, I just knew that that was going to be a problem, and it, after a lot of work by the Astoria district, that sale was pulled completely. And so there might be places like that where members of this committee will be helpful for you. And then there will be other examples in other things that, and it was because of domestic water supply, but the department wasn't aware that there was domestic water supply coming from that area, because it's a pretty informal system. But those of us who live around there knew that. And so there are other types of examples of that will come up. So, but definitely don't need to bring them all to us.
And maybe part of the solution there is, I mean, we can definitely highlight ones that we're triggering if we're supplying that kind of vicinity map to the group, and then we flag like these are 3 that we have questions on, to get to some of those like unknowns. Like if somebody's aware of something that we aren't aware of, then obviously we're not going to flag it. But if we're providing that vicinity map beforehand, then maybe you can flag something that says like, hey, also bring this one because we'd like to talk about, issues there. And so that might be a way to add to the list, to the supplement as needed. Okay.
Yeah, and I also will say this will be an evolving process, right? This is the first time, so the winter, we'll all just do our best. So use your best judgment. Yeah. Any other thoughts from any other committee members, either in the room or anyone online? Yeah, Margaret.
The idea.
Yeah, I do.
I'll let Lisa go.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Oh, I'm so, okay, sorry about that. Yes, I was thinking, just instead of framing it in conflicts, it might be best to think of it also when we do the preliminary AOP, what drives you to make those choices? What are your goals in an AOP? Obviously, you need money, you need production, but there must be other goals that you use. And in the conflict area, it might be easier to look at the conflicts relative, what are the goals of the competing values, like, salmon recovery, like recreation, et cetera, et cetera. It's not clear to me what our goals are, specifically how they're measurable relative to recreation. And I know we're coming up on a new forest management plan, for the future. And so those goals will be set, relatively in the immediate future. But I think sometimes we have conflicts and we lose what our goals are for all our uses. And it's good to keep putting those in front of us. That's all.
Thanks, Lisa. Go ahead, Margaret.
I think that's very wise. I think this is a treacherous path to go down, actually. Maybe I just, I see more conflict perhaps arising from this than I see people coming together and being able to move forward on some of these things. I think that, you know, we certainly maps are going to be important, and bringing forward the projects that you see that there may be some issues that you need to iron out. I am happy to participate in it and provide my input. I have some concerns about how we manage it. I think it will be very important to have a good handle on management and where we are, what our goal really is. And I would hope that our goal is to help create good projects that make sense for the forest, make sense for the environment, make sense for the future of the Department of Forestry and its ability to maintain itself.
Thanks, Margaret. Maybe I can toss this to the department because, you know, in our conversations, there was some conversation within recent past SVAC meetings to maybe shift the calendar a little bit. So Dawn, Ron, maybe the two of you could speak to, or Ron, your hands up, maybe you're wanting to get to this, but speak to, you know, why we're looking at doing this, the value the department sees in shifting things a little bit. I think that might be useful.
Yeah, so a couple things. You know, I don't know how much more, you know, Derek has relative to this topic. This really is bleeding into the next agenda topic. So, and we've been running, you know, for a couple hours here. We did have a break scheduled. So maybe there's a place to tie off this conversation and Derek's report, take a quick break, and then we could start the conversation with this topic as we look ahead, you know, to all of it really does go into the next agenda item really at its core.
Yeah, I have no more on this, so feel free.
All right, Dawn, before I move us to a break, do you have anything you want to add? Okay.
Just gonna
very quickly.
Just teeing off of what Margaret said. I mean, one of the functions here will be our charter. You know, our purpose is to help the department successfully implement whatever plan they've got in front of them. So that's not always going to be put us in an advocacy role necessarily. It might be just engaging in good faith and with what the facts are, and sometimes that means we go back to our communities and say, yeah, I don't like it, but this is the best they can do. They were transparent with us and we had this dialogue, so we're obliged to go backwards in our communities to help you be successful also. So space for that in that early peak is important.
And that's what I was trying to a certain amount earlier on, especially as we move forward with our habitat conservation plan, and we have, you know, large portions of the forest that are not open to a production level for us. So the areas that we have left we need to figure out how to work through these competing uses. To Margaret's comment, there will be places that are really difficult for people. But we can't pretend they don't exist. And so one of the purposes of this is to let's talk through them. Let's figure out the best path we can going forward, and then let's go forward. But in order for us to be able to continue to meet our obligations on what we're saying with our implementation plans and with our modeling efforts, you know, there can't be hidden things that we're unwilling to, when we get to that, and say, well, we'll just not go on this side of the ridge. We'll just not go on this basin. You know, we have to look at it and make conscious decisions. And we're asking the group to
to make those decisions with us. So that we're doing it with eyes wide open.
Thank you. And thank you for taking us through the entire morning, Derek. Nice job. Nice job. So let's see. Why don't we meet up at 10 after 11? It'll give us a little bit over 15 minutes, but we've been going a long time. And we will take up some more of these changes within SVAC. So we'll see you all at 10 after. I think we're gonna get started. Everyone online, we're getting everyone in the room back to their seats. Okay, Ron, I think you are leading this conversation, or at least giving some overview of kind of where we're going to take it.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and get started. I was wondering if April or Emily might be able to allow screen sharing.
It was just a second round.
Okay.
We made you co-host, so you should be
Yep.
able to share now.
I can, great. Before I share my screen, so the next agenda item, it's really revisioning, SFAC, and Dawn and I'll lead a conversation, through that. And there's a couple key sub elements to that. But before we get into that, I would like to just share something as sort of a segue to this. Can you all see my screen? Oops. Tip my hand there. Okay, sorry about that. So can you see my screen sharing that? So this is a quote, just thought I would share, as it resonated with me from the last conversation we were having in the comment, Margaret Magruder had made, Commissioner Magruder, and this is from a previous state forester that we had, Edward Schroeder. I'll just go ahead and read it. Yesterday, state forest in Oregon was concerned largely with protection from fire. And this is mainly referring to the rehabilitation of the Tillamook burn and how the agency got started as a fire protection Oregon. And as a state forest public land manager, today it follows the multiple use concept of forest management. And tomorrow it will ponder the problems of too many demands on an insufficient area of forest land and plan and solve, to meet them. And this next screen is the kind of the takeaway here, that this was from a Board of Forestry tour back in 1968. Well, we're squarely at that tomorrow. He was referring to and had vision to anticipate that would happen from the public lands that we manage. So Oregon's state forests are just under 3% of the forest land in Oregon, and the forest lands in Western Oregon that we're talking about are less than 3%, obviously, of the forest land in Oregon. So there's been ongoing policy work the last 5 years now to work on a new forest management plan and a habitat conservation plan. We've been implementing the Northwest and Southwest forest management plans in Western Oregon now for 22 years. Learned a lot about the land base, the Oregonians who engage with us and enjoy the benefits of public lands, the communities and counties that are both beneficiaries of the lands and have a recognized and protected interest in the revenues from lands in the counties and the Council of Forest Trust Line counties, as well as all of the rural communities where these forests are bordered to, and then the vast array of Oregonians who enjoy forests that come and visit them from all over the state and beyond. So as we think about how we go implement a new plan, we've recently in September taken our draft forest management plan to the Board of Forestry. High-level plan articulates goals and strategies, a management approach for managing the forest, but it isn't operational in nature, and there's other plans that are necessary to illustrate some of the detail that people are interested in when it comes to being transparent about how we're going to take those goals and strategies and translate those down to implementation on the ground. And State Forest Advisory Committee is a committee that we want to rely upon to help inform the work that we're doing, in this process. It's been the intention of that for the committee the last, 20 plus years. And over the years at varying times, there's a lot of work to understand what we're doing on state forest, keep abreast of everything, to be able to make informed advice to us. And then, like Derek had mentioned, sometimes the timing isn't quite right in our planning process when we bring and share things to actually take advice and have it be able to affect the planning decisions under consideration, just because of where we are in the planning process, the objectives we're trying to meet, and the timelines that we're working under, some of which have started, 2 and 3 years before the conversations we're having. So as we look ahead to the draft Western Forest Management Plan implementation, once it gets finalized, coupled with incidental take permits from the Western Oregon State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan, we will be developing implementation plans for that new forest management plan over the next year or two, depending on the timeline of all of that body of policy work. And we want to engage with this committee as we develop those implementation plans and hear from you as we're doing that. So we're also going to be expanding the geographic scope of the committee, and we have our new member here today, Cheryl Nelson, who's from Southern Oregon, resides down in Cave Junction, and is a lot more familiar with that geography and some of the issues that go on in Southern Oregon. The plan area for the new Western Oregon State Forest Management Plan is all of Western Oregon, west of the crest of the Cascades, north to south. And currently the SFAC charter is framed up as Northwest Oregon area to advise us on implementing the Northwest Forest Management Plan, but for Northwest Oregon area districts. And this is what we're looking at going ahead, is expanding the scope of the charter to align with the planning area for the Western Oregon State Forest Management Plan. So as part of that, we wanted to just frame up, a discussion with Dawn and I as the co-conveners, that over the next few months between now and our late winter meeting, we will be working on revising the charter to do just that, to align with the new forest management plan that's being developed. And then also be looking at any other things we might need to freshen up, in that charter to have it be relevant for how we intend to use the committee going forward, and get the participation that we need from the committee, make an assessment of the workload as well as we develop implementation plans. What will the asks be of the committee? How will it be different from what we're doing today? Typically just the 3 meetings that we have annually, with the 1-day tour associated with our spring or summer meeting. But how would that workload maybe be different with possible subcommittees or other things as we develop implementation plans? So this is the conversation that we wanted to have today. And it is very challenging when you think about just all of the demands that we have, and where Derek was talking about current implementation plans, or implementation of our operational plans, and how we look ahead just to the next couple of years as we're in this space of policy development still. That is going to become an ever increasingly challenging space for us to work. We're clearly more than a year away from adopting a new forest management plan and having incidental take permits for the HCP. So that means we're doing planning already for the fiscal 25 AOP, which will be approved in place July 1 of 2024, which isn't all that far away. And then we're going to have to begin planning for 26 as well. And given that we won't have policy clarity, we'll know more every month as we go forward. We will continue to work on those policies, and as we learn more and know more, we'll refine where we're headed in our approach with implementation, including at the operations plan level. But it's going to become an ever increasingly complicated space, because we do have to abide by and implement our current forest management plan, and we've made a commitment to honor and implement the draft habitat conservation plan strategies as we work towards finalizing the NEPA process there, that the services are working on that process, so that they have confidence that they know what's going to occur on the forest during the time frame between the time the HCP draft was completed ultimately issuance of incidental take permits. So pretty complicated space, but that's where we find ourselves. And you think about that quote that was made independent of the dual policy constraints that were in place, all the way back into 1968, just with the interests of society and other users of the forest. That's where we find ourselves. So that's what we wanted to talk about here today, how we go forward with this committee to have the right composition of voices at the table, and then engage with us at a time and place at which the planning decisions are under consideration, so we can hear those voices and incorporate those into our plans. And I'll pause there. And before I would open it up for any questions, I'll turn it over to Don to see if he has anything he would like to add.
Thanks, Ron. You covered that very well. Just a couple things in addition, we want to make sure that committee members know that, right, their input is valued and their voices are heard. And, that we're truly integrating that into our work. And so I think what you highlighted is around timelines for input that aligns with our planning processes. You'd mentioned, changing the scope of the work from a focus on Northwest Oregon to more of the west side of Oregon. Ultimately still on implementation, but there's a lot of opportunities with all the different changes and policies and things facing the division, that does create a lot of opportunity. And ultimately, as an agency, wanting to ensure we're utilizing, the State Forest Advisory Committee, ultimately, a lot of the work that we do is complicated, the layers of policies, the framework, and I appreciate Cheryl as a new member listening in. And as Derek was walking through our accomplishments, likely she's got a lot of questions. And at one point we did a new member orientation, really trying to ground committee members. And at times I'd heard this group would say, it takes 1 to maybe 2 years to fully get up to speed to be able to provide some of that input. But ultimately, this is the most informed group related to state forest implementation. And we're just wanting to ensure that we're utilizing that group and being responsive to that input we receive.
Great, thanks, Don. So with that, the intention here is that's just sort of framing up the where we're headed as a committee. Wanted to do that and talk about that process, and we're hoping to have a revised draft charter for our late winter meeting. That we're going to be working on over the next several months. And then another element of this, I'm going to pause there and just see what kind of questions folks have before we go on to, committee composition and member terms, but just pause. I'll pause there.
Hey, thank you for that, Grace. It sounds like you don't expect a fledgling council person to know every single page memorized of the draft Western Forest Management Plan. But I am kind of nerdy about reading plans, and I do look forward to poring over. How many pages is the document?
It's not too long, actually. We'll send you a link if you haven't had it yet. I can send you a link. I'll put it in the chat here in a couple minutes, but it's not too bad.
Sounds like a great place to start, and I'm looking forward, and I'm excited to be part of this kind of seminal path forward.
Greg, you have your hand up?
Yeah, real quick. It's a long morning. I guess I was out of line or confused. When Derek was talking about his topic before the break, I was thinking it was the topic was what we're on now, revisioning FFS-FAC. So my apology.
Thank you. Ron, it looks like you could, I don't think any other hands are raised. Oh, wait, Mike, please go ahead.
Yeah, so just for clarification, is there a advisory group at the policy level at all? And I'm assuming also that there is no counterpart to this group has previously covered the rest of the Western Oregon area. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we've engaged with a variety of folks as we've developed the forest management plan. So the board, is the policy making, entity for state forest lands that we have, Board of Forestry lands, and then we manage a small amount of common school lands. Some of those are in Western Oregon, and they've agreed that our forest management plans meet their mandates that for those lands. The board has a statutorily established advisory committee on policy. That's the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee. So that is the policy advisory committee to the board. And then there's public process. So whenever there's an agenda item for the Board of Forestry, like the draft forest management plan, even as an information item, citizens and others are welcome to provide testimony, written or oral, to the board. And then if there's ever a decision item on a policy piece like that, there would be opportunities to engage with the board there. And our current forest management planning policy framework has the board adopting a new forest management plan or a forest management plan as administrative rule. So that would have a rulemaking process associated with it, which would also have a public engagement element to it. And then throughout the development of the plan, Cindy Kolomichik has been working, she's here today. She's been working with the tribes on developing the cultural resource goals and strategies in the FMP, as well as, we do have a state partners work group that we've been working with as we develop the goals and strategies for that. So that's kind of where we're at currently. And then SFAC would be implementation, although each of you certainly have opportunities to engage with, the board through your own organizational affiliations or other, while it's going through the policy development process.
Ron, is there an equivalent SFAC that was ever run in Southern Western Oregon?
No.
Okay.
And finally, just on a very rare occasions, the board has actually asked us to contemplate policy work they're doing. It's very constrained. We don't, and the committee, as is our policy, as the way we're formulated, we don't provide, we don't vote, we don't provide a direction as a committee. It's usually their request to basically eavesdrop on our dialogue on the policy question they're facing as a distinct and separate process.
Okay, well, if there's no more questions, I don't have a crystal ball on the timeline, for the policy work getting finished, but we will be, working on implementation plans as we get closer to the board, adopting the Western Oregon State Forest Management Plan, and we'll be having our meetings, to inform you of that process. We'll keep that as a standing agenda item for forest management plan, habitat conservation plans, and also our adaptive management plan updates as we go forward. But as we develop those implementation plans, which are, probably at least a year out from any real solid work beginning, in earnest, maybe a little less than that, but we'll know more in the spring. That'll inform if there's going to be any additional opportunities or timing or subcommittees or other things that we may want to rely on SFAC for, but we don't know that information yet. So with that, as we look ahead to the committee and the composition of the committee and member terms, we have broad representation within the charter today, but Dawn and I, as the co-conveners, are going to be looking at that over the next, couple months. And wanted to touch today on, member terms. And from the best records that we have, and if any of the committee members don't think this is accurate, please let us know and we'll go back and check. But from a scan of the committee terms that I see that are coming up for the end of their terms, and currently member terms are 3 years, and then members can request to be reappointed to the co-conveners. And there's 4 committee members that whose terms expire at the end of calendar year 2023. And that's Susan Obermeyer, a non-affiliated member, Greg Jacob from the environmental community, Lisa Phipps from the environmental community, as well as Leslie Shaw, another non-affiliated member. So if you all agree that is what your recollection is, and I know it's our duty to keep those records there, and that's what we have in our records. We'd like you to think about that over the next couple of weeks and get back to us by, Dawn and I, by November 15th, if you can, so that we can assess what vacancies might be coming up on the committee and begin a recruitment process for members if existing members don't want to be reappointed for another 3-year term, so that we can conduct that process hopefully prior to the late winter meeting that we're having. So just want to pause there for discussion or comment.
Ron, this is Mike Kennedy. Just for purposes of information, even though I'm not on the list of those that are their terms expiring, I will be retiring from work for the tribe in May of next year, and therefore will not be able to represent the tribe out in SVAC. So that might want to add that to your vacancy list.
Okay, if there's no other questions about that, I'd ask those committee members to give that some consideration. And then, if you could reply to Dawn and I and Emily Shook, who's our administrator going forward after this meeting, we can send out maybe a note as a follow-up to you all, but just give you a couple of weeks to give that consideration and give us time to plan for a recruitment process. So then the last piece of this agenda item is just talking about the dates for next year, particularly the next 2 meetings, to get those on the calendar that better align with the planning cycle that Derek was discussing. And Colleen Kaiser, our planning manager, has given me 2 suggested dates to discuss with the committee. And the first one would be March 1st for the winter meeting. So I want to throw that out to the committee to see if that works. And then Derek, that is the date Colleen gave me, but if you're seeing a big red flag, speak now. So on how it aligns with the planning process, because that was the intention, was to have it be at a place where we hadn't gone out for public comment yet, but we were pretty far along in the process.
Yeah, and if it's during that time frame, as I was talking about earlier with the preliminary to draft, we'll be pretty close to having things wrapped up by that March 1st time frame. And so just an awareness item on that, like there wouldn't be very many open gaps in the plan at that stage.
And for context, Derek, given the complexity of the candidate pools with what we're trying to do by continue to implement the current plan, as well as onto the draft conservation, habitat conservation plan requirements, what would be different, I guess, or how much different would a candidate pool look, let's even say from today compared to then?
So for the most part, our candidate pool that we have now is it's a little less than what we normally have. Our options are more limited. But by that time frame, we'll most likely have identified, we will have identified all of the primary sales and the alternate sales.
And then we'll probably have identified a handful of candidates that that just due to how much staff time it'll take to work through them that drop from that list and then move to the fiscal 26 plan. And so it'll be a trimmed down list of the candidates, but as we move forward, as you were talking with multiple policies that we're looking at, our options for candidates are extremely narrow. And we don't have a lot of options that can fall off the list on the majority of these, especially as we're dealing with dual plans. And so it highlights that conversation of making sure that we find some way to mitigate those.
Thank you, Derek.
Can I ask Derek, notwithstanding how this AOP looks, operationally year after year, would there be an advantage to being earlier in February or January, or is March 1st as good as anything? Getting back to what we're shooting for with this early look. It's kind of it's a hard one to gauge. And so during that now through that March timeframe, we're identifying these issues and then we're resolving them as fast as we can. And then we're figuring out, what gets refined. And so, like, if I were to produce a list today, it has a bunch of candidates that we're probably going to shelf, or at least some candidates that we're going to shelf to work on over the next year. So the sooner that in the time frame that we have that meeting, the more time you'll spend on items that we're not going to address yet. Later that you spend, those are most likely going to be the final candidates that we can auger into and figure out how to solve, but the less input you would have on whether or not something needs to get pushed off to a later date. And so it's a hard decision. And I think, over time, I know there's, as we look into some of the implementation plans, we're hoping that we can look at kind of a longer look at some of these and maybe have like longer term discussions that'll solve some of these issues, so that by the time we get to these individual conversations, it's a lot less intensive. Does anybody, or you or anybody else on staff, have a recommendation? Maybe it's December, maybe it's.
Yeah, I would want to, Barrett, I would want to probably circle back with Pauline. I asked her for the date, and that's what she gave me as a recommended date. So we don't have to decide today. We've got some time to do that. So I can just validate with her, just share with, she's on, much earned vacation right now, and I'm happy she is. And when she gets back, could just share with her, kind of a debrief of the conversation we've had. Derek can do that, and I can do that. And then we can just see if there is some other recommended date range that would be the sort of sweet spot, if there is one here in the planning timeline, and close that out via email with the committee over the next couple of weeks here. So we've got, plenty of time to get it on everybody's calendar.
Yeah, that's obviously I'm not. I'm talking about strategy, not necessarily calendaring, but and I think you get that, Ron, and
yeah,
just want to help best point we can.
And I appreciate that, and that is the intention, certainly. So we want to try and find that opportunity. And then for the spring meeting, Colleen had recommended prior to Labor Day. So typically we have our summer, what we call our summer meeting and tour. We go out somewhere when the weather's nicer and prior to really getting into the heat of fire season. So we've in June, typically early June, would have our summer meeting and spend a day out in the woods somewhere, and then follow that up with our meeting. And Colleen is recommending now to have that prior to Labor Day, so that we would have the public comment period closed for the AOP process, but have not processed or responded to all those yet. So it would be the time period, after the public comment period and before AOPs are finalized. typically when we have the summer meeting, the AOPs are pretty well finalized then. And again, you know, we're not going to have a ton of flexibility, but it's still like, what did we get in public comment? Given that public comment, how have we considered it? And then how did we, as best as we can, you know, where it makes sense and is appropriate at the implementation level, consider that comment there. So that was what she's recommending, is that May 23rd, 24th timeframe. And that is, you know, given people start to plan vacations and other things and et cetera, that is the date we'd want to get on the calendar as well, fairly soon. But we can get those in a box here over the next couple of weeks. But that's the dates that Colleen has proposed, was March 1st and then May 23rd and 24th for our next round of meetings. And then we can work on the fall meeting after we know more on how things are playing out. So I'll pause there.
Yeah, Ron, this is Don. And so I think you meant Memorial Day as opposed to Labor Day. And so I think what that means for us, is we've had kind of a spring meeting, early summer, and then the fall, ultimately moving those first couple meetings up earlier. So what we're calling a late winter, and then something there into the spring, are kind of the adjustments with the fall meeting, with still the intention of having the 3 meetings per year. Again, until we know more about implementation plan and other potential work that, as you had said, may be about a year out.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification, Don. That's correct.
And actually, we do have Mike Wilson here, State Forest Division Chief, at the table, so I'm gonna see if he'd like to add anything as well.
Yeah, good morning, folks. For the record, Mike Wilson, State Forest Division Chief. Sorry, I'm a little bit in and out of this meeting today with other conflicts, but I did just want to tag on to that a little bit and make sure that everybody on the committee is really tracking. We're very, talking about timelines around AOPs and all of that, and those are difficult to respond to, right? Sort of regardless, because it's the next year. Where we really hope to be in the future with implementation planning, and we've never really quite been there yet. Historically, our implementation plans have focused on, a harvest objective and some other our desired future condition. Landscape design is mapped out in there, and some other things in there, but getting hopefully more specific as we go along. Our planning processes have advanced considerably, matured quite a lot. And I would really like to see us be at a place where we're able to engage in that 10-year implementation plan process, sort of like the filtering that Derek was talking about earlier, really happening at a longer time scale. And that's where I see this group being able to be very effective. Given that the policy sideboards will always be set by the Board of Forestry, that's their job. Within that context, there's a lot there. Here are some of the units that are more of a challenge, potential units. They'd even be candidates at that point. And so being able to put those further down the line in the plan, identify and do those so that we can have those conversations and work on them. And I think there's an important component here to how it feeds into monitoring plans that'll be associated with implementation plans. Is I think a lot of times, it'll be things that perhaps people would like to see but we're not able to do. But perhaps we are able to monitor those things to address like people's concerns about, potentially bad outcomes or something like that from it. And so we're able to actually monitor those things. It's a process by which we can identify and monitor those. Then we go into the next implementation plan cycle, we've learned something about it. So anyway, that's just my thoughts on how we want to mature, I think, the entire process, including the involvement of this group, make it more meaningful in the future.
Thanks for that, Mike. So with that, that really pretty much closes out this agenda item and gets us back on track, unless any of the committee members have any other questions or thoughts related to this. It was really just to talk about that, future vision, make awareness to the member terms that are expiring this year, and then further refine that conversation around aligning the dates for 2024.
Thank you, Ron. Anybody online have any thoughts from the committee or comments? Okay, seeing none.
Leslie,
Oh,
Greg,
sorry. Go ahead, Greg.
I had reached out to you a couple weeks ago. I had a question about key performance measures. Would an appropriate time be during the draft FMP, AMP, and so on to ask a question about the KMP today? Or at a different time?
So there's a couple of things there, Greg. We are going to talk about the adaptive management plan later this afternoon. Tyson is here to talk about that, and he'll talk about the performance measures as well. So I just want to make sure that there's differentiation between, what are the performance measures and versus what we call our key performance measures that are a couple very specific and few legislative items that are tracked that that we pour out to the legislature on.
Okay.
Okay, well, I think we have wrapped up this topic, and so that discussion went, I think, a little quicker than we planned. But I think we could go ahead and break for lunch now. And let's just plan to start at our scheduled start time at 12:30. So for everyone online, we'll see you back here at 12:30, and also for everyone in the room. Thanks.
See you in a few.
Hey, Ron, before you take off.
Yeah, I'm here.
Where is that picture in your background there?
It's called Buttermilk Falls. It's in Ithaca, New York, about 2 minutes from the hotel I'm staying at.
I grew up in upstate New York, and I thought it looked kind of familiar, so I couldn't remember where it was. So.
Yeah, that's where it is. That was from this morning. Yeah, that was this morning. So.
minutes because lunch was late. Am I muted? Fantastic. Everyone online, lunches were delivered a little late, so most of us are finishing up. So we're just going to take a couple more minutes and then we will start.
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are going to get started with the afternoon agenda, and Justin, you're up.
All right, so for the record, Justin Buttress, policy analyst in the State Forest Division, just going to provide a quick update on the PFA implementation and how we're addressing that through a stewardship agreement in state forests. So I had previously provided some background at I think the June meeting. So I'll go through that just a little bit as a reminder for maybe anybody who wasn't here, and then talk about where we are kind of currently with the stewardship agreement. So starting with the background, there's the Private Forest Accord, of course, is making some significant changes to the Forest Practices Act. And those are largely being implemented through two different stages. So some of the rules already went into effect, effective July 1 of this year, with the rest set to become effective January 1 of next year. Those July 1 updates were all relatively minor or had no impact to us in state forests. But the January 1 changes are a lot more substantial, including some extensive changes to road construction and maintenance rules that are found in Division 625. The harvesting rules found in Division 630, which deals with steep slopes, equipment limitation zones, sediment source areas, and slope retention areas. The stream classification system in Division 635, and then the riparian buffers or the stream buffers that were or are currently found in Division 642 and 643, but 642 is going to be repealed completely and replaced by Division 643.
So the type F buffers already went into effect July 1, but we didn't really have any conflict with those. Under our current strategies, we exceed those buffers. And the type N and type D, the non-fish streams and the domestic stream buffers, those go into effect in January 1. So any operations that are completed prior to December 31st of this year were grandfathered, but anything that goes beyond that has to fully comply with the new rules. So there'll be a new notification requirement in ferns. So all the operators, the fern system sort of getting purged, and then notices have to be re-entered. And that window is opening up middle of December. That'll allow everybody to get their notifications back in if they're subject to the 15-day waiting period. Kind of have a continuity where they can resume operations or continue operations January 1 when those rules are changed. We've been working with our counterparts in Forest Resources to really understand how we can move forward and what the best way forward would be, and arrived at the stewardship agreement as being the appropriate vehicle for us to ensure that we can continue moving forward with our operations under our current FMP for the existing sales associated with fiscal years 21, 22, and 23. And then for fiscal years 24 and beyond, moving forward with what we have in the draft HCP and the draft FMP as we're implementing that through our IPs currently. So we didn't want to have to go back and change a whole bunch of those policies and lay out timber sales again and that sort of thing. So with the stewardship agreement, we applied for that at the end of September. With that, then Forest Resources Division takes a look at it and evaluates whether what we have lined out there exceeds what's required under the Forest Practices Act or not. It's a necessary requirement in the stewardship agreement that we exceed the environmental outcomes, really, with respect to wildlife habitat, water quality, that sort of thing. So the stewardship agreement, just to provide a bit of an overview on what that is exactly. So stewardship agreements are statutorily established. It's a mechanism that allows landowners to enter into voluntary agreements with Department of Ag, the Department of Forestry, or both, to establish the terms under which a landowner will self-regulate to meet and exceed applicable regulatory requirements and achieve conservation, restoration, and improvement of fish and wildlife habitat or water quality, excuse me. So those agreements can, like I said, involve either or both of the state agencies. It just depends on if it's a forestry or an agricultural sort of focus, or if it has mixed use. So for us, it's largely just a forestry one. We don't really have any agricultural uses currently. So three overarching purposes of a stewardship agreement: to provide an incentive for landowners to provide for conservation, restoration, and improvement of fish and wildlife habitat or wildlife quality. Serve as a mechanism to coordinate, facilitate, and memorialize the landowner's compliance with the requirements of state and federal regulatory schemes. And then really importantly, a mechanism to combine or coordinate multiple incentive programs among agencies and levels of government to improve effectiveness and efficiencies of programs and available funds, improve conservation outcomes, and provide regulatory certainty. So those two of those three are the ones that we're really fixing on. We already, with the HCP and the FMP, you know, have an eye toward improving conservation outcomes compared to the Forest Practices Act. And so then this allows us to then have regulatory certainty with respect to how the FPA might change in the future, and ensure that, you know, what we have in terms of a program with the HCP, that's how we can manage our lands. And then approving or gaining that regulatory efficiency so that we're only subject to really one set of laws instead of having you know, the FMP, the FPA, the HCP, you know, all of this stuff sort of piling on. It's here's the one-stop shop. We've got it laid out here. That's what we do. So it makes it a lot easier and more efficient to implement that type of a program. So any landowner who's seeking participation in the stewardship agreement has to submit a management plan that lays out what they're going to do and identify specific voluntary actions that we're going to do that exceed those regulatory requirements. In return, then the State Board of Forestry can agree to exempt the landowner from future changes to a specific rule. So as I said, we've prepared that application, we submitted it. Our counterparts in Forest Resources have been doing their work on that and creating the stewardship agreement itself, which is really kind of think of it as a contract for a landowner saying we're going to follow this. Here's our obligations. Here are the department's obligations in terms of auditing and reviewing that management plan, that sort of thing. So they have it. They're going to open up a 21-day public comment period on the stewardship agreement, expected to open no later than 11/22. So it'll last at least 21 days and might be sooner, but no later than the 22nd of November. We'll be sending out a press release announcing that and how people can participate in that comment period. And by we, I mean Forest Resources Division. So we've identified a handful of rules, or really rule divisions that would have an impact on us for inclusion in the stewardship agreement. And so, you know, anchoring back into this is about regulatory certainty, regulatory efficiency. All of the rules that we included were to ensure that we provided certainty and for most also that efficiency aspect, but really wanted to make sure that we knew that if we enter into an agreement for the HCP that we're going to be able to follow that for the next 70 years without having a conflict from the Forest Practices Act. So without going into great detail really on these, the divisions that we're including in the stewardship agreement includes Division 605, which is about planning forest operations. This is intended to reduce the redundancy of our AOP process and the Ferns notification process, eliminate the need to submit written plans or plans for alternate practice. As long as what we're doing is consistent with our stewardship agreement, then we wouldn't have to submit additional documents that say that's what we're doing. So that one's largely included just for regulatory certainty. Division 625 around forest road construction and maintenance to eliminate inconsistencies with the road standards between what's in the Forest Practices Act and the HCP in our internal policies. Division 630 for harvesting. This is intended to address conflicts with addressing management on steep slopes. The Forest Practices Act is going to use largely a modeled based approach. And we use some of that modeling information to inform a lot of site by site technical review. So we wanted to make sure that we could still continue to do that in-person review. Division 642 is going away. Division 643 is the vegetation retention along streams. So the way the buffers are laid out in the Forest Practices Act, there's some differences that would have led to some additional acres having to be pulled into buffers, but without really having an effect on the stream habitat or the water quality or anything like that. So the idea there was just to make sure we're eliminating any of that conflict that would come up with the two different approaches, which would have the same or similar outcomes. Division 645 is riparian management areas and protection measures for significant wetlands. So we have some differences there. So we just want to make sure we're addressing any of the conflicts. And then division 650, 655, and 660 are all water protection rules dealing with lakes, smaller wetlands, or operations near waters of the state. Those were all just largely included or only included for regulatory certainty. There's no current conflict with our approaches. But we just want to make sure as the Forest Practices Act, HCP, is maturing, if those sorts of things change in the future, that we don't have to come back and do a revision to the stewardship agreement. So the plan is to have that stewardship agreement in place by December 31st of this year. That will lock everything in for us before those new rules go into effect on January 1, and just ensure that we don't have any sort of conflicts with those rules, perceived or real, for our operations. So with that public comment period wrapping up toward the middle of December, the timeline's a little bit tight, but it all seems very doable for us. So that is the current plan. So I'm happy to answer any questions or take any comments should anyone have any.
Anyone online? Anyone in the room?
Looks like Greg might be raising his hand.
Oh.
Maybe I just have one, Justin. Oh, Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, a quick question for Justin. You said earlier on, landowners use the word compliance with your division. I missed that. What's that? Would you flesh that out for me? If you follow me.
Yeah, not 100% sure. But so landowners can enter into a stewardship agreement to ensure compliance with division rules. So Oregon administrative rules are separated by chapter, then division, and then actual rules is how that's laid out. So I was either referring to the rule divisions, like division 635 that deals with stream classification, or 643 that deals with stream buffer widths, or I might have been mentioning state forest as the landowner. I don't recall my exact comment there, but hopefully that.
Thank you.
Yeah, gets that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Justin, so the strategy there with the Forest Practices Act transition is through the, notifications will not be extended and need to resubmit for us in state forests sold sales. So is the direction then we get a stewardship agreement, then districts resubmit a notification and reference a stewardship agreement? Is that how that works?
Yeah. And so actually the requirement for a notification will probably not exist anymore for just a regular timber sale operation. So depending on the timing, if we don't have this executed early enough, then those might still need to be re-entered. But yeah, they would be entered consistent with the stewardship agreement rather than entered consistent with Forest Practices Act. But yeah, that's so division 605, when that rule division deals with planning forest operations, and that's where there's a requirement to provide a notification of a forest operation. And since we already have the AOP process where we have a really robust process of socializing our intentions, where we're putting out timber sales, the administrative paperwork to translate that into ferns can be waived as long as we're acting consistently with our stewardship agreement. And that's what we're angling toward. So, Rob, you have a question? You look like you have a question.
Is that just for harvest, or is that for all ferns notifications we do?
Just for harvest. Yeah, the stewardship agreement, for example, does not address wildlife food plots. So if we suddenly decided we wanted to put a wildlife food plot on there, we'd have to provide that ferns notification. And then we also don't address any application of chemical. So any ferns notifications required for the application of chemical will continue. We don't address that in the stewardship agreement, and just didn't seem like it was a good call to include it in any case, so. Oh, looks like maybe Lisa has her hand up.
Oh, go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, hi, sorry. Just to clarify, we had a the Forest Service, ODF had a stewardship agreement prior to this, and of the new Forest Practices Act rules? Is that,
Your connection was.
I mean, does every,
A lot there, right? So I didn't catch that. I'm sorry. Maybe if you disengage your video, the audio.
I'll try one. Oh God, yeah. Look at. I'll write.
Or maybe type up the question. We'll be able to read it if you put it in the chat, I think.
Chat.
Yeah, there's chat. Okay. Ooh, sounds scary. No, we do not have an existing stewardship agreement. Well, State Forest does not have an existing stewardship agreement. We've always had to comply with the FPA, but it's historically been very clear and unambiguous that what we were doing exceeded the FPA. So there were very few times where we had to be concerned with what was going on there. Or we were just following the FPA directly and relying on those strategies. With the PFA, there's some changes that are intended to have the same sorts of functional outcomes, but the strategies on how you get there exactly are a little bit in conflict, and so that's what we're having to resolve, and why we need a stewardship agreement now, where we haven't had one historically. The agency has, I think, 12 or 13 stewardship agreements with other landowners that are not the State Forest Division. So the most recent was Port Blakely.
Thanks, Lisa. Okay. Well, if there aren't any other comments or questions, we can move on to the potential red tree bowl listing. Nick, are you there?
I am indeed.
Great.
You ready? So for the record, Nick Palazzotto, I'm the Biological Support Unit Manager for State Forest. And this is really just for awareness. We're still in wait and see mode, but we are doing some contingency planning. And so we thought we would speak to that a bit today. I'm hitting it at a pretty high level, but certainly have more info to answer any questions you guys have. So first, I thought I'd start with what the heck is a tree bowl, right? So they're small, they're mouse-sized rodents, essentially. They live in trees almost exclusively, and they feed on conifer needles. So like unique species, unique life history, and limited mobility. So they basically they can move on the ground. They're exposed to higher risk of predation when they do, but they move kind of conifer branch to conifer branch. And so obviously clear cutting, but even thinning can impact local populations. And so the service, Fish and Wildlife Service, has been sort of assessing the status of the species for more than a decade, actually going all the way back to 2008 was when they began considering whether or not to list the species. And in 2011, they made a determination that the North Coast distinct population segment Does indeed warrant listing, but due to the priorities of other species, it was precluded. So they have that, it has that warranted but precluded designation, or it did for several years. The distinct population segment is everything west of I-5 and north of the Siuslaw River. And so affected districts include most of Western Lane, West Oregon, and the Tillamook and Clatsop State Forests. The Santiam would not be affected by this listing, nor would the Coos or Southwest units, and the southern quarter of Western Lane. Warranted but precluded means, again, like, yes, the species deserves listing, but we have too many other species to get to. They made that same determination annually until 2019, when it was reversed and they made a decision that the listing was not warranted. They were immediately sued. I believe Center for Biological Diversity was one of the primary litigants. I forget who else. And that decision was reversed again, and the court ordered a new status assessment and a determination whether listing is warranted by the end of January of next year by court mandate. So they must make a decision. They have three options. You know, they could again say the species is not warranted. They'll have to provide data to inform that decision, and frankly, it's likely to get sued. They're likely to get sued again. They could decide that they are again warranted but precluded, which is sort of a status quo scenario to some extent that doesn't trigger a response on our part. It would continue to support our desire to cover them as a species under the Habitat Conservation Plan. Or they could decide to list the species as either threatened or endangered, in which case, in relatively short order, we'd be responsible for avoiding take of individual red tree bulls. So that decision is due January 31 of next year. And if they do indeed decide to list, there's then a public comment period, and they technically have a year from publishing that proposed listing in the Federal Register to when they have to publish the final ruling. And so what that all boils down to for us is that should a listing occur as early as May of next year, we'll be living under Section 9 of the Endangered Species Act, which says avoid take. And at best it would be, or the farthest out it might occur is March of 2025, given that year deadline that they have. So a listing has potential to have very significant impacts to our sale program, both in terms of delays. And so immediately we'll have to launch a very large survey effort to clear timber sales. And that will, depending on how fast we can move, that will hold up our sale pipeline and thus our cash flow potentially. And also from constraints associated with occupied sites. So once we launch, we're likely to find new sites and we'll have to be responsive to them. And so, sort of to get out in front of that decision and make sure we're well prepped to do whatever work needs to occur. We've been working on assessing those survey needs, one. And so, what sales might be affected? How much would it cost us to survey those sales? And then how long would it take to survey them? And so for affected sales, right now we have, I think it's 5 years worth of sales in the pipeline. So there are sold sales going as far back as fiscal 21 that haven't been harvested. And of course, as you saw this morning from Derek, we have our 2025s being currently planned. And so everything in between is affected potentially by a tree bowl. Every active or planned sale that we have is affected by a tree bowl listing. We're looking at how much it would, and part of the reason for that, sorry to back up a little bit, is they also use young stands. So they're primarily associated with mature forests, but they actually have a binomial distribution, not to get too nerdy. But that means their abundance sort of bumps up in 20 to 40-year-old stands. It drops out a little bit in 40 to 80, and then it picks up and goes pretty high in those mature stands. Point being, they're present in all ages, potentially, which then we can't necessarily use an age screen to rule everything, to rule a bunch of timber sales out. So we're starting from a place of, we'll have to survey everything. We've been looking into how much it might cost to do those surveys. And so talked to some consulting firms and got their sort of what they charge, and, you know, use that to figure out sort of a cost per acre. There's two elements to the survey effort. One is just running transects, looking for suspect trees that have, you know, suspect features that could harbor a red tree bulb, primarily nest structures, like, you know, clumps of vegetation up in the tree. And a tree climbing element, which is particularly expensive. And so the minimum estimates we're seeing for tree climbing is $300 a tree. And if you have, you know, hundreds or thousands of trees to climb, you can do the math there. It builds up pretty quickly, such that our current estimate for the cost to survey just 1 year's worth of planned sales is over $2 million. Do we know what role they play? I will get to that in a moment, Lisa. And so we're estimating that it cost us about $2 million a year to live under take avoidance and survey every timber sale every year. Derek presented some numbers earlier. I think our costs there for the spotted owl and murrelet surveys was about 1.6 million. So this one species would more than double our survey costs, and $4 million a year total is not insignificant. To clear everything in the pipeline right now, those 21s to 25s, our estimate is just over $4 million. And so initially, pretty big cost, pretty big delays, potentially. And then decrease in costs, but still relatively high. How long would it take? We're still working that out. We're talking to various experts to get a sense for how fast these surveys can occur. Contingent on that, it will have big effects on our sale pipeline, potentially. Again, you know, for example, if we can only clear 4 timber sales a month, you know, again, they're looking at it's going to take us at least over a year to clear that backlog. And then the sales can't be harvested until they're cleared, etc. Furthermore, the contractor pool is somewhat limited. There's only so many people out there that do this work. And there will be competition if a listing occurs. Every other land manager is going to have to accomplish the same work. To that end, we are working right now. We're developing a request for proposals to get a contractor pool in place in front of the listing, such that should a listing occur, we're well set up to already deploy people out in the field to get the work done, or as best set up as we can be. And given all that, we're then, once we have a better sense of how fast we can move, we're going to look at what the potential impacts to our cash flow could be. And depending on how that significant that is, we'll have to think hard about short-term financing and how we're going to, both get the work done, but keep operations going if there's a big impact to cash flow. I'll stop there on that great note and answer any questions. Oh, and Lisa, so Lisa asked, do we know what role they play in the ecosystem? Relatively minor. Generally, they don't have a huge impact on ecosystem processes per se. However, they are, where they occur, they are a major prey item of spotted owls, among other owls, and also predators, weasels, for example. So they're an important prey item to other sensitive species is the primary role that they play. And they're endemic to Oregon. They don't exist in Washington. There's another species, a similar species. It's the Sonora red tree vole in Southern California, but they're mostly, they're essentially endemic to Oregon. And on the North Coast, obviously, that puts a particular burden on state forests. And that is all.
Nick, does their decline correlate at all with the persistence of the barred owl?
We don't know yet. There's been some work over the last few years looking at barred owl diets. They do eat tree voles. They eat a lot of things. I often joke like if the spotted owls would only pay attention to what the barred owls are eating. But they eat everything from snails and slugs and salamanders to tree voles and flying squirrels, which are the more traditional prey items of spotted owls. People are starting to look at what the potential ecosystem effects might be there from barred owl presence, because they're able to pack in a lot tighter than spotted owls are. And so if you have that many birds eating all these different things, how is it affecting trophic interactions, ecosystem processes, etc. We don't know yet. And I haven't seen anybody make a direct link between barred owl invasion and tree vole decline. Cheryl.
We were just talking about stewardship agreements, and in the context of listing threatened and endangered, is there verbiage in the stewardship agreement that takes into account integrating changes that come about through this service listing?
Go for it, Justin.
Okay, so the stewardship agreement is sort of agnostic to T&E listings. But the stewardship agreement is prepared consistent with the draft HCP that the division is pursuing. So if we have the HCP and the species is covered by the HCP, then there wouldn't be any impact for an uplisting at the state level or the federal level. And so the stewardship agreement is really just another way of implementing the HCP. So it doesn't, the two things aren't directly connected, if that makes sense.
It will make more sense as I get deeper into the documents that define the path forward. Thank you.
It's a morass. You're not alone. Definitely feel free to reach out should you have any questions, and I can give any help kind of one-on-one with that.
They are a species we're seeking to cover under our HCP. And there are some benefits there to us should they be. Obviously, you can see what the impacts of not having an HCP might be. They'd be pretty substantial under a listing. And should we get an HCP, it dramatically reduces risk to operations. We have commitments outside of our conservation areas, but they're pretty limited. They're limited to the tree that the tree vole occupies in a harvest unit. The survey effort would be dramatically reduced. It would be a monitoring effort separated from our sale program, just sort of getting a sense for their distribution on our landscape and sort of the efficacy of our conservation strategies. But it would be a fraction of the potential costs that we're looking at here. And then the service can't look at things that don't exist when making a determination. So they can't say, oh, ODF is getting an HCP, so they're fine up north. There's two populations, the two largest populations in consideration here are relatively abundant and primarily on federal lands. The other 9 subpopulations were listed as imperiled, and several of them are on us. So we'll see how this plays out. I can't really speculate at this point. But with an HCP in hand, they'd be able to say, oh, well, they're looking good on feds, and ODF has this commitment on the North Coast. And so potentially maybe a listing wouldn't be warranted, which would benefit all other land managers as well. So that's just an important point that I wanted to make.
Thank you, Nick. Any other questions for Nick? All right. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
So it looks like Ron, you and Cindy are up.
Great, thank you, Denise. And Tyson is going to participate too. I believe I can't see if he's in the room there, but I think he was going to talk a little bit about the performance measures if he's in the room.
I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you. Welcome back, Tyson. So yeah, Ron Zilli, Deputy Division Chief, and just real quickly on the Forest Management Plan update, I did mention earlier we had brought the draft Forest Management Plan, the first version of the completed draft, to our board in early September. I put a link to that document in the chat for Zoom. If you hadn't had a chance to look at that, it's available for you to look at. We got some feedback, from the board, and not a lot of feedback, but generally positive in that they liked the layout of it. They thought it was a nicely done document. So overall, we got generally positive feedback on that. Acknowledgement that it's high level. It's intended to be high level, and there was certainly some acknowledgement that it was at a high level. So it's goals and strategies, the management approach. But it doesn't really get into standards, for instance, and many of the standards are currently within the draft HCP. But as we go forward with refining this forest management plan, we'll be looking at ways to either link those things together so that they're available and can be understood by any audiences that want to dig into it, or making possible refinements to just the structure of that so it's clear what the standards are going to be. And part of this will be what Tyson's going to talk about as well, as how does the board over time decide that the plan's being effective at deriving greatest permanent value from state forests, and that's what they use as the suite of performance measures that Tyson's going to talk about. So the next steps with the forest management plan are we're going to be bringing to our board at a special board meeting on December 14th. It's been scheduled, I believe it's 2 to 6 p.m., an all virtual meeting. And we're going to be bringing to them some modeling updates to show them what the range of alternatives they could expect the state forester to have the flexibility to implement this forest management plan accompanied with incidental take permits would be, to better get a feel for what the expected range of outputs could be, particularly related to timber harvesting. So we're going to be bringing that information to the board on, again, December 14th. So that's going to be an important waypoint, there. And then the overall timing of when we might expect this plan to be finished it is linked to the work on the habitat conservation plan, and Cindy's going to give you an update on where that is. But the plan in and of itself really couldn't be adopted until the habitat conservation plan permit is evaluated and a decision is made by the services on if they're going to issue incidental take permits, because it doesn't in and of itself contain the necessary detail to be a standalone document. And that's how it was intentionally constructed, because we were working on this habitat conservation plan at the direction of the board. So I'll pause there and see if there's any questions before I turn it over to Cindy and Tyson.
A quick question, Ron, this is Barrett. Do you think you can summarize the philosophical evolution in keeping that FMP at a kind of new higher level and pushing more detail down to the HCP, species of concern, recreation plans as a change from previous, what some people might kind of be clamoring for.
Yeah, and I think in the end, we'll get to where everybody's comfortable because it'll all be visible. And, again, we're still in the development process of things, so it's not all done. And that just gives people some questions, right? And they need to see the whole picture, including the board members. But I think you have to take a step back and think about the HCP and the approach we took there, which, is different than you've taken before, because we're looking at a very large planning area for a fairly lengthy permit term. So we're looking at all of Western Oregon state forests within the permit area for the HCP, and for a duration of 70 years. And it's a multi-species HCP. So we're looking at 17 covered species. So that's a lot, right? So as you go through the negotiation processes with the services to develop a habitat conservation plan in that big of a planning area for that duration of time, for that many covered species, there has to be a lot of detail in that habitat conservation plan. And that has to be finished so that we can then see what, in addition to that is clearly just a way for the services to evaluate, how we're going to manage the forest to see if we, provide enough conservation, actions that outweigh doing take avoidance to see if they would issue incidental take permits. But because it's so large and the number of species is so many and the permit term is so long, there's just a lot there. And given the terrestrial species and aquatic species we're covering, it does provide detail within the HCP, very similar to what's in our current forest management plan on some of the big elements that are there about the aquatics, the riparian conservation areas, all that's spelled out in the HCP instead of in the forest management plan. Appendix J is what we have right now that gives those, details, as well as some of the landscape level strategies for retention or legacy retention of structures such as snags, downwood and green trees. Those are also in the HCP for the covered species, both what we're doing in the habitat conservation areas as well as outside, to inform for the services what the forest is going to look like longer term, to help gauge how the covered species would or wouldn't be affected by our management activities, provided that we do those conservation actions that are for those legacy retention structures there. So there's just a lot in the HCP. So it's just a wholly different approach. But by the time that's why the FMP can't be finished until we're much further along on the HCP. And then if there are either gaps in communication and or in performance measures that the board needs to adopt the forest management plan to accompany that, they can provide direction to us on how to work with them to do that, either in the FMP itself or with performance measures and targets for those measures. Does that help?
Yep, that's great. I just think it'll be a lot of socialization around as folks look at that FMP and wonder where their favorite chapter went. Why I want my metric in the FMP, and that's just going to be like I said, a socialization project.
Yeah. Greg, got your hand up?
Yeah, Ron, you mentioned that on the 14th of December, they'll be giving a presentation to the board members, modeling a range of alternatives and that's where I lost you. Alternatives of what?
Alternatives of how the forest management plan could be implemented. So just to give you a real quick look here, I guess. Can you all see that? Screen share? You see that, Greg?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, we can see it.
I see it.
Okay, so we're going to present, we're modeling 4 scenarios. So when the board was giving us direction to continue work on the habitat conservation plan, they were provided a comparative analysis. So one of the and that was done with a linear programming model and the inventory, as best as it was available at that time, a few years ago now. So we're going to be updating that run, sort of. It's not a direct comparison because we are using a different actual model. So you're never going to have an identical comparison. And then we have made great improvements. Can't commend our staff enough for the work they've been doing on improving our growth and yield modeling. Todd Heron in particularly, just doing an amazing job at working with our staff and other experts in that field to improve our growth and yield predictions in our growth model for our stands to improve that. So that we're basically quasi remodeling what was done in the comparative analysis, and that's this alternative 4, which is what we call a net present value run that allows for a departure, meaning our current implementation plans that Derek, showed you the annual operation plan harvest objectives for earlier are done off of what we call non-declining even flow. That's been our historical method for demonstrating sustainable and predictable over time related to timber harvest and forest sustainability. And what this model does is, coupled with the habitat conservation areas there, which provide for long-term durable conservation, it then achieves some of the other elements of greatest permanent value, such as sustainable and predictable flow of timber harvest outside of the habitat conservation areas and riparian conservation areas. And it was done for the comparative analysis in a way that allowed for what we call a departure, meaning it could harvest more volume in the early periods of the model and use a larger planning area to do that, with aggregating districts together rather than doing it at a district scale, to see what a solution might be to demonstrate how we could meet that GPB objective of sustainable and predictable flow of timber over time, harvesting some slower growing older stands early on in the model, replanting those with more vigorous growing stands, and then harvesting those at somewhat earlier ages later on in the model. So that is one thing we're going to do, and that's only going to be done at a geo-region scale. So I'll pause there because that's going to need some explanation. So typically all of our implementation plans have been done at the district scale, the administrative district scale, using that spatial area as the planning area to run a model to determine whatever the harvest level would be for that administrative district. There's other ways you can do that. You can increase the geographic scale and lump districts together into the model, which provides more flexibility or less constraint. So you may be able to have a higher outcome if you plan at the geo-region level rather than the district scale. And that model for the comparative analysis was done at the geo-region scale. And we have 3 georegions that we've defined in this process. One of them is the North Coast georegion, and that aggregates the Clatsop and Tillamook state forests together, Astoria, Forest Grove, and Tillamook district. And then we have a Willamette region or Willamette Valley georegion, which lumps the West Oregon and North Cascade districts together. And then we have a Southwest georegion, which lumps the lands managed in the Veneta unit of the Western Lane district, as well as the lands around the Grants Pass area and the few acres that are remaining in Coos County area that were part of the former Elliott State Forest. There's roughly 10,000 acres down there, I believe it is. Those are all aggregated together in the Southwest georegion. So that's the first run we're doing. And then the second one is moving back up to the top, how we typically have done our harvest modeling over time, which is to maximize volume and at an even flow. So what's the highest volume we could get and maintain that volume with some degree of fluctuation, but roughly even flow over time in perpetuity. And we'll be doing that at both the georegion scale and the district scale to show the comparison if we planned it just the district, how it would play out, and if we were able to aggregate districts together, what the trade-offs, pluses and minuses might be from that. And then there's an acronym here, CMAI, which means culmination of mean annual increment just being the amount of wood a stand of trees grows in a year, or a tree grows in a year. And then at some point in time that slows down, it culminates, and then the subsequent years it's growing less as a stand as it gets older and senesces, begins to deteriorate to some extent there. This next tier down, extended rotations, builds upon the first run. It will be about even flow and trying to get the highest volume we can, but increasing the age that the stands stay on the landscape some length of time, which is yet to be determined, past when the stands culminate at their mean annual increments. So we're going to be carrying them a little bit longer on the landscape and to see how that affects harvest volume, but still doing that at an even flow basis. And then we'll also be comparing somewhat of a quasi-industry run. And again, these are only on areas outside of habitat conservation areas and riparian conservation areas, while still meeting all of the required conservation actions within the HCP, such as northern spotted owl, dispersal habitat requirements on the landscape, and all of the legacy structure requirements, etc. But that would be to, have an even flow, but maximizing net present value. So trying to optimize basically discounted cash flow. So it would shorten rotations somewhere in that probably 40 to 50-year-old range, and just see what the volume flow would look like there, doing shorter rotations while still under any of these runs complying with all of the habitat conservation plan requirements. So this would present bookends really on what the Board of Forestry could expect the state forester to have the latitude to implement the forest management plan with, if it was coupled with the incidental take permits for the proposed action that we've submitted applications for those incidental take permits for. Does that make sense? Maybe. Yeah, Cheryl had a question. That's in the existing plan. What you sent was the draft, so there is no Appendix J in that draft. That's the current Northwest Southwest forest management plans. Any questions there? And Greg, did that answer your question?
Yes, it's a lot to take in because it's should be a forester to take it all in, but it's thank you, it did. Yeah.
Well, with that, I'll turn it over to Tyson.
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, so I'm Tyson Weprick. I'm the Adaptive Management Specialist in State Forests. And so at the September board meeting, when we presented the draft FMP, we also presented a draft adaptive management plan and performance measures. These are performance measures for the board. So they're a little different than the key performance measures, and I apologize for that naming confusion. The key performance measures are a set of 10 agency level measures that go to the legislature. And of those, 2 of them are specific to state forests, one having to do with revenue to counties and the other having to do with complex forest structure in the North Coast districts. And so the board performance measures are, we had them previously from about 2007 to 2013. This is a new set of performance measures made for this new draft FMP and draft HCP. And the intent of them is to give the board a select set of metrics that span resources to give them an idea of how the outcomes of the FMP are performing. And so I'll email what was part of the board attachment from the September meeting to you all, so you don't have to look through all the board packet. I'll send that in an email to you all after the meeting. But in general, they spanned, adaptive capacity of forests, aquatic habitat, carbon storage, community engagement, division finances, economic opportunities, financial support for counties, harvest and inventory, recreation, education, and interpretation opportunities, and terrestrial habitat. A lot of them are based on monitoring that hasn't been set up because they would rely on obtaining an incidental take permit and having the monitoring commitments that we make in the habitat conservation plan. A lot of them are based on our new inventory, which is LiDAR based and gives us a lot of opportunities for providing information about our forests that we haven't been able to provide before. And many of those inventory-based performance measures would be split between habitat conservation areas and the general ground as split up by the HCP, so that you would have a sense of the forest that has different objectives might have different targeted metrics for those. And so after presenting those, I was reading feedback from the board meeting from people who submitted feedback, because we didn't talk a lot at the board. There wasn't a lot of time for conversation at the board meeting about them. But I think in general, there's some frustration that we don't have targets yet for the performance measures. And that's totally understandable. And I think our goal is going to be to recommend targets for the board that would be based on some of these FMP modeling outcomes that Ron just described. So after the December meeting, when we get a sense for the board's vision of the forest based on these alternative implementations of the draft forest management plan, I can take the modeling outcomes and translate them into what the performance measures would look like on the landscape with those different implementation alternatives. So, it goes beyond just the harvest levels, but we can project forward stand diversity or different aspects of stand development that play a role in adaptive capacity. And we can project those through time to give targets for the performance measures. Other aspects of the performance measures would still be waiting for an HCP, especially some of the aquatic performance measures, where we don't have the monitoring set up. And in the HCP, a lot of the aquatic monitoring is done in collaboration with ODF&W and with DEQ to make sure that we're improving aquatic habitat and also keeping water temperature under control. So that relates to the adaptive management plan. So the adaptive management plan was also presented in September, and it is a plan to try to sort out all the other plans and the monitoring commitments they make. So, we have the FMP, we have the draft HCP, which has a lot of monitoring commitments, as well as the implementation plans where we plan out a lot of our management over the medium term. And the idea with the AMP is to coordinate monitoring among those different plans, and also think more about how we make decisions and how we can do adaptive management in a scientific way, and structured at the right level. So, how can we plan our monitoring to fit in better with the implementation plans? So we're thinking about the monitoring we need at a 10-year level, and then responding to monitoring appropriately. And so that's what the adaptive management plan sets out to do, is just to give us a roadmap on how these different plans could interrelate, how we can plan monitoring going forward. But, it really depends on the policy direction the board instructs us to take, because that'll determine, if we have a habitat conservation plan with the monitoring commitments in that, or if we're taking a different direction. I think the performance measures, they will not only provide the board with a set of metrics, but also the public. They're meant to be kind of a simplified set of metrics that we collect that can help with communication and transparency with the public and the board. So I am interested in what you all have to say about how those could improve, to communicate better with the board and you all and the public. All right, so I'll stop there, but I'll answer questions. Greg?
I do have a question. I guess I'm confused. You mentioned there are 10 key performance measures, 10 at the agency level, 2 pertaining to state forests. My question is, I went on the ODF website and I saw a list of 16 performance measures. Would you straighten me out on that?
I can try. I'm not sure what the set of 16 is. That could have been from a previous performance measures report, but the last of those would have been in 2013. The key performance measures, I thought there were 10, but maybe there are 16 in total. But those are kind of structured as a report to the Oregon legislature. So I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what the 16 are. Yeah, but I can send you an email and you can point me to where that is on the website and I can try to answer your questions there.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Ron, back to you, I think.
We're going to go to Cindy Kolinichek next, our project manager for the Western Oregon Habitat Conservation Plan, Western Oregon State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm Cindy Kolinichek, and I serve as the project manager for the Western Oregon State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan. You know, there are not a lot of updates on the HCP itself at this time. However, as we work towards implementation of the HCP, we are finding opportunities to clarify the language that we have in there to ensure that the intent of our conservation commitments is clear and can be implemented on the ground over time. We continue to work with the federal services to make any necessary edits to the HCP. And to be clear, we're not making any major changes to the HCP. They are really minor edits for clarification purposes only. Our focus is now shifting to the HCP monitoring and reporting program. So that was, this is sort of the counterpart to what Tyson was describing. We are starting with an assessment to determine the processes, infrastructure, and staffing needed for gathering and reporting necessary information to meet our requirements. And it's important to note that the monitoring and reporting program doesn't really begin until incidental take permits are issued. So we do have a little bit of time for the development of this program. And as we implement the HCP, we can continue to make refinements in coordination with the services through the adaptive management process. And the last thing that I think is important to share with you all is that the services, so NOAA Fisheries and the Fish and Wildlife Service, have paused their work on the NEPA process until the new harvest modeling information is available. And really, this is to ensure that their analysis is reflective of our management activities over the 70-year permit term. They have indicated that they will pick back up on the NEPA process for the State Forest HCP in the January to February timeframe. But they've also made it very clear that they have limited capacity given the Elliott HCP and the Private Forest Accord. We do not have a hard and fast timeline for the NEPA process right now. They need more information so that they can plan that out. But they have committed to providing an updated timeline for that NEPA process once they better understand that harvest information and whether any additional work will be required. And for the HCP, which typically takes up a lot of space in a lot of these forums, that's a fairly short update, but a lot of the work that we're doing right now is just internal and changing our processes over to meet the HCP requirements. So with that, I'll just open it up to any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Cindy. Any comments or questions from the committee? Okay. Thank you. Well, it looks like we've got a break scheduled. So why don't we just take 10 minutes and we'll come back at 10 to 2. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. All right, it's looking like we're about 10 to 2. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to move into the REI staffing updates. So we're going to hand it over to Laura.
Laura Fredrickson, serving as the Recreation Education and Interpretation Program Manager, just for the record. I'm looking over into the corner here because I'm going to invite somebody in closer. Randy Peterson. As it was intimated at the start of the meeting, Randy will be leaving us. He's entering into a well-deserved retirement after 30 years. Professional accomplishments, let me just go over those with you first, and then I'll say a few words, introduce our incoming manager, and then open it to the floor if anyone has any comments. So Randy has been with the agency for 30 years. He joined the agency in 1993 as a recreation program coordinator for the Forest Grove District. He then transitioned into the recreation program manager in 2006. And that was still when we were managing recreation at the district level. Then, as you recall, we unified all the recreation education and interpretation under one umbrella, organizational umbrella, and he transitioned into recreation program manager in 2020, and we will be saying farewell at the beginning of November. Some of his accomplishments include remodeling and developing 10 campgrounds and 17 day-use facilities. He developed the first trail system for our OHV and non-motorized trail system on the Tillamook State Forest. Very involved in our first volunteer program, and over the years facilitated over 1,700 hours of volunteer contributions. He was key in terms of establishing public use rules and program policy to guide management of public use on state forest land and design and development of recreation infrastructure. He's developed close to 200 miles of new trails for non-motorized and motorized trail uses. He's generated over $2 million in grant funds to support campgrounds, day use areas, and trail system development, improvements and maintenance, law enforcement presence, and trail construction equipment purchases. He is also critical, has been in the ongoing management and operations of 75 developed recreation facilities across the ODF state forest landscape. And last but not least, he's been critical since my arrival and tenure with ODF, which is just over 3 years now, in helping to integrate forest recreation opportunities into the other forest disciplines, into the working landscape. When I asked Randy about his most significant contribution, he said, transforming the Tillamook State Forest from a place that most Oregonians didn't know about, and that most people just passed through on their way to the coast or valley, to a specific destination for campers, hikers, mountain bikers, horseback riders, and motorcycle, ATV, and four-wheel drive enthusiasts. So Randy, in acknowledgement of the 30 years that you've been with the agency, there's your 30-year certificate and a gift. And I would just like to say personally, thank you. I came to the agency making a transition out of academia, and Randy has been very instrumental in terms of really helping to integrate our program into the rest of the forest disciplines. So well deserved. Thank you very much. And I'm just going to open it up to anybody who would like to say any words. First would be Randy.
Thanks, Laura. Appreciate the kind words. There's certainly an awful lot of work that's happened over the course of 30 years, and it hasn't happened all by one person, all by me. So, you know, Steph's been intimately involved in everything that I've been involved in up until 2020. So she has a huge hand in the work that we've done on the Tillamook State Forest as well. All the volunteers that we've worked with over the years, and it's actually 170,000 volunteer hours that we've facilitated, and that doesn't even count this year. and all the work that Joe and his staff did to facilitate, I think, over 13,000 volunteer hours. And the hours are important, but the hours also sort of indicate community building and relationship building, which translates into support for the work that our program does and the work that we do as an agency. So it's huge. So it and then from a SFAC perspective, I haven't been as actively involved with SFAC, but I drop into meetings periodically and have always felt good about the work that this committee does and the influence and advocacy for the recreation, education, interpretation component of our program, which is great to see. And it's certainly a part of greatest permanent value, and more so now than ever. Our program, the RAI program, is getting very well integrated into all the business of the agency, and that's a direct result of folks in leadership roles like Laura, Don, and others within the agency. So it's great to see. Really appreciate the committee's work, and I'll stop there because this really isn't something that I'm very good at.
Well, thanks for coming all the way down here, knowing you're really only here to be talked about. So I know how uncomfortable that is, but it just has to be, I think, reiterated that as somebody who played in that forest since the 60s, there was nothing happening. There was no managed program before Randy and Clyde, there were a couple of years going on there. So virtually everything, all of the transition from 0 to 60, from 0 to now, Randy's been juggling and trying to make happen. And then as anybody, it's a life in transition. It's a career constantly transitioning a department, a culture. So lots of difficulties, lots of things we've been through together with recreation community, trying to get folks to get on board a managed forest a little bit. So thank you for helping change the world, which is, everyone hopes to have a shot at it, and you did. So I really appreciate it.
Yeah, just for one, congratulations. Thank you for your service, and I'm excited for you. And I have always appreciated your passion, and you can just see it in your work. And talk about number of volunteer hours, and all I'm thinking is the number of hours that you actually work. Just knowing that's something that's your passion and that you enjoy. So while you're moving on to retirement, I still in my mind will picture you out hiking these trails, and we will likely run into you into the future. And Randy was always one to say, hey, you want to come out, you want to come see it. And it was one of those things that at times wouldn't take you up on that, and now that's a regret. But I appreciate just your approach to knowing you're working in something that you truly enjoy. Watching you do that, I've enjoyed doing that, so congratulations.
I just want to say I also am irritated to no end about how old I must be, because I helping to train you to how to ride a dirt bike when you first got hired as a volunteer. Probably sat in the same damn chair. There you're retiring for 30 years.
I do remember some of those days. I never did develop very good throttle control. So it's and I haven't been on a motorcycle in a while. I think that one of there's two rides that I really remember, and I rode a lot with Clyde in the early years. and some with you and some with Julie Burrell. And there was Julie Burrell was with the Trailsman Motorcycle Club, and I was on a trail with her, and I was in front of her, and we were going across the bridge, and for some reason, I think I wanted to slow down, but I hit the throttle instead, and the wheel on the motorcycle just went up front. So I'm wheeling across this bridge, and when I stopped on the other end and I looked back at Julie, her eyes were huge. And then there was another ride I did with Clyde, and this was before we had any bridges on the OHV trail network at all. And I'm riding across, well, Clyde's taking me down Elliott Creek Trail. And I thought, I knew there was the stream down there. I knew we were going to cross the Devil's Lake Fork, and I assumed there was a bridge there, but there wasn't a bridge. And Clyde just goes riding across the creek. And I stopped, which was a mistake. I should have just kept going. But I stopped, and then I started up again. I got right in the middle of the creek, and I hit something slippery, and the whole bike just, I fell over in the water. I was soaked. The bike was soaked. Took a long while to get it started up again. So anyway, those are some of the memories that I have, and I'll certainly be holding tight to. And I might drop in and ask you if you want to go for a hike. So, anyway, just thank everybody here, especially Steph, because she's been through most of this with me.
Ron, it looks like you'd like to say something.
Yeah, thank you, Laura. I just wanted to pass on my congratulations to you, Randy, as well, for your career of service to the department and the citizens of Oregon. I've had interactions with you throughout my career, which has also, paralleled yours almost completely in time. And I just think that, you're always going to be able to look back at the legacy that you've helped establish on this forest, like Barrett had characterized from where it was to what it is now and where we're going with our future policy. You've worked at a point in time in which you've shaped what is likely to be the majority of the significant footprint of recreation, use on the state forests in Northwest Oregon for some time to come anyways. It'll change. Obviously, there'll be some more and some less, but the types of activities, the general locations of activities, and the quality of activities that we provide for Oregonians, you had a hand in all of that, and your legacy will be remembered, and you should be very proud of that. Grateful to have worked with you, and how you've advocated for all of the aspects of social use on our forest that you have throughout your career so effectively. So wish you the best and take good care.
Thanks, Ron. Appreciate that. It's really been a hobby job, so it's been fun, as work should be, I think. And one of the things that's always really driven me is being out in the woods and seeing the visitors, seeing the citizens of Oregon, or our partners, or just people from the community enjoying themselves. And so there have been a number of staff within our program that suggests that what we do is really make people smile. And so when we see somebody smiling in the campground or enjoying themselves on a trail, it feels good. So anyway, appreciate the kind words, Ron. Thanks.
Legacy for sure. In a separate conversation with Randy, that was the word that I used in terms of we're carrying forward his legacy now. And part of that is going to be welcoming the recreation program manager, Joe Offer. Just a little bit about Joe. Joe was serving as our recreation operations manager, and in the recruitment process was chosen as a top candidate, is now promoted into the recreation program manager. Joe comes to us with experience in the nonprofit world, having previously served in Montana for the Friends of the Missouri Break, both as the executive director as well as stewardship coordinator, I believe it was. has worked with the Forest Service, worked with Missoula Parks and Wildlife Department. So comes in well versed in terms of land management, natural resource management, and particularly recreation resource management. So passing the torch from Randy to Joe, I'm just honored to serve alongside both of them. Thank you, Randy.
And Laura, I just want to say one thing real quick. I have been with the department about 3 years now. And I'd like to say that means I have about 10% of the knowledge Randy has, but that's not true. But I'm very excited to move forward with the legacy that has been mentioned many times that Randy has built. And certainly I was lucky enough to work with Randy for those full 3 years and literally work, right next to him. A wall between us is all. And so we had a lot of time to kind of pass off that knowledge. And again, as much I would like to say I have 10%. I want to thank you, Randy, for doing everything you did to try and get me on the field right away and pass off all of your history and knowledge of the entire area and system, and most importantly, the love for the system, as it's been mentioned multiple times. And one thing that I will say on a personal note, we were right next to each other in offices. We also happen to live about a block away from each other. So I will say for certain, I'm sure Randy will be knocking on my door asking if I want to go out to the woods. So as he will be with everyone else. So thank you very much, Randy.
Thanks, Joe. Back in May, I took a walk with Joe on the compound there in Forest Grove, and it was right before I was getting my right hip replaced, and wanted to give him a heads up that I was going to retire. So we were walking around the compound talking about a few things, and then I took a moment and shared my plans for retirement, and Joe's eyes got really big and he kind of grabbed his head like this. What? And so that was a good moment as well. But I definitely appreciate the passion Joe's brought to the position and to the program in his recreation operations manager role, and the commitment that he's made. And I think everybody in the room has been able to see that over the last 3 years, and also appreciate that. So what I know from that is that all of our infrastructure, all of our trails, all of our opportunities with Laura and Joe at the helm will be well cared for, and that potential for additional opportunity will be well thought out. Thanks, Joe.
Well, thank you, everybody, and thank you, Randy. So we just have one more topic left, which is we wanted to ask if there were any suggestions or ideas for future meeting topics. We keep a running list, and also the potential for, we used to do a lunchtime presentation, short, bless you, 20-minute presentation, 20-minute, half-hour presentation around diverse topics that maybe weren't specifically aligned with SVAC, but would be informational. And so if you don't have an idea right now, that's okay. But if something comes up, you could email Ron and Don, and they would add it to the list. But we just wanted to give folks an opportunity if they have something that's been on their mind to add to the list here. Okay. Well, we have a little bit of a running list, and like I said, if anything comes up as you're driving home tonight, feel free to email. So thank you, everybody, for a really great meeting and lots of great discussion topics. Don.
Denise, thank you. Just before you close us out, I just wanted to share some items that I wrote down that we'll continue to work on prior to our next meeting. So what I heard earlier, we talked about 4 committee members' terms expiring, as well as a well-deserved retirement for Mike. So that means we need responses back from those committee members by November 15th if they'd like to continue on to another term. And then we know that we've got a vacancy that we'll move forward to fill. Just to close the loop on the 2024 meeting dates, so we had a good discussion there. I think Ron, what I heard is a follow-up with Colleen. And then I put down there potentially then a doodle poll out to the committee, or maybe we're identifying dates. But I know in past feedback from committee members, it's great to have all meeting annual dates on the calendar as early as possible, just to ensure availability. So I just want to make sure we'll close that loop with Colleen, see if we can align and determine how we get those dates on the calendar. Probably working with Emily to do that for next year. And then Ron, you'd mentioned that we'll probably begin some work to revise the charter as we close out this calendar year into next year. And so that'll be some ongoing work that we will begin as a department. I did put on here that we'll also likely consider new member orientation, and we've done that different ways in the past. But if we are bringing on an additional new member in Mike's role, and then Cheryl, and again, as I just sat in this meeting and understand how complex our framework is, would like to probably think about putting some documents together in a standardized packet for new members. And so April, that'll probably be something I'll look to you to see if we can dig up some of the stuff we used to share in those new member orientations, and then maybe standardize a packet and transition to Emily into the future. Oh, perfect. Okay, so there. You click on, yeah.
Something that I didn't have in the beginning was maps of where all these places are, being that I'm so much farther south and I'm in the middle of Forest Service land. I didn't, I mean, I knew the big names, but I really didn't understand what it encompassed. So having maps for new people coming on is very helpful.
Thank you, Susan. So we'll see how many members choose to stay on for another term, and we know that we've already got a couple new individuals, and maybe we can think about, you know, potentially offering something adjacent to that winter meeting or tagging on to one of these meetings to provide that additional background and overview. And then Tyson, I just had noted that you'd mentioned that you would email out to the group the Board of Forestry information around the adaptive management plan. So captured those to-do items for us to continue to work on as we head into another calendar year. So thanks.
Thanks, Don. And then one other just quick thank you to April. This is her, she is not leaving the department. She is just, her workload is such that Emily is going to take over the administrative duties for the committee. But I just want to say thank you, April, for many, many years of keeping us organized and moving forward and being able to engage in great discussions and bringing great food and keeping us all well fed and cared for. And just thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, April, so much.
So with that, I think everyone, we will adjourn until late winter.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Enjoy Ithaca, Ron.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.